set up, but I just had that opportunity. It's Friday, y'all. It's Friday. What's good?
Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got to do.
John Bull still killing these boys out here.
Yeah, I got a nice little care package today.
Ooh.
And what's up, everybody? All right, we'll see if we can make Marshall sound. See if we can bring back deep voice Marshall. He's in Chicago.
Yeah,
he's in Chicago right now, but he's gonna be man. Heard from Nick DePaula. Nick DePaula got us all over IG right now.
Yes, sir.
Good stuff. I don't know why that makes you laugh every time. That's the only reason I do it. I literally do it only for you and no one else.
It is spot on. Cracks me up every time.
All right, we got your IG promotions popping. I didn't do anything for Twitter though. God damn it. Come on, man. All right. Yeah, it's gonna be some good stuff.
James Earl Jones. Last week, what's up, Cheryl?
Baby,
what's going on? Be more stand up. Yes, indeed. Last week, he wasn't sounding like James Jones. He was sounding like Captain Screwed.
Yeah, he was wow. What it do, baby? Yeah, I don't know. That was wild. I don't know what it made it sound like that. Okay, Black Bottles, we here, baby. It's Friday, yes, sir. McQueen on deck. He already running around.
That boy John.
You know what? I figured it out. You know what happened, man? I was hungry. That's what happened at the end of yesterday's show, man. It's like, I was a Snickers commercial. I wouldn't say you're not yourself when you're hungry, because that was all me. But normally I try to be. And I did call Danny in San Francisco when we were done. I forgot to tell you about that.
What did he say?
We good. We good. I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you all about it. That's it. That's what it was. It's like, if I'm hungry, everybody's getting it today. Everybody's getting it. Oh man!
Shout out to our guy Matt George, man. I was on that Lockdown podcast, so check that out, man.
There you go, Matt George out there putting in work, even though he's stuck in hell. We got you, Matt.
So we went across the street. He went across the street.
Who went across the street? You did?
If he went across the street.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Hey, man. Happy Friday. We made it.
Happy Friday. I'm live. I'm remote here on J and 9th. This is the corner we're going to turn here as the Lakers get an eliminated parade takes place down here in downtown Sacramento. Right. I see it's packed. The streets are packed right now here for the Lakers getting eliminated parade here in Sacramento, California.
Okay. First of all, I think that parade is happening all over the country, which is just wild, and we'll get into that. But two, for those listening on the Odyssey app or listening on ESPN 1320 AM, Kenny is very much not on the corner of J Street. He is at the he's not on Freeport either. Metu is nowhere in sight. He is at the Caraway compound in Elk Grove, California, and we've got a hell of a show planned for you here today. As Happy Hour is back at 3:00. Nick DePaula of ESPN, he covers the sneaker game. He's from Sacramento. Second most famous person to come out of McClatchy High School.
I'm gonna concede number one to him. I mean, he up here. I mean, we talking to Rick Ross. We talking to Brett Barris and stuff like that. He talking with KD. He talking with Steph. He in Oregon. He in Nike headquarters. I'm gonna say he's number one.
And you're number two.
Yeah.
And then Larry Boa, who's apparently a manager in Major League Baseball, he could be number three.
Yeah. And then there's a guy who won some Grammys who's number four. I don't know who they are. I don't know who they are.
Who won Grammys from McClatchy?
Some Kevin Flippin. He told me. I don't know who they are, but they're like Grammy Award winning artists. Never heard of them.
Well, then they can't be number 2. And when you're a baseball manager, unless you're Dusty Baker, you can't be you can't be any higher than number 3.
4. They're 4. Oh, Nick Johnson. They might be 5 because Nick Johnson is up there.
Nick Johnson, there you go. When you're a New York Yankee, you get to move up on that list, man. But Nick DePaula is going to be with us at 3:00. There's a lot to talk to him about. We've often speculated about the signature shoe for De'Aaron Fox. We'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about the Sacramento Kings. We'll get some legitimate news regarding the Kobe Bryant estate, Vanessa Bryant, and what's going on with Nike. We'll get his thoughts on that. And then there's always shoe myths out there, like rumors of shoes existing, but no one really being sure if they're out there. We'll talk to him about those as well. Again, we're going happy hour style, which means we are commercial free for the entire 3:00 hour, just to set up for the day. For those on the live stream, I brought some of the kicks in here. Make sure we can show them off when Nick DePaula shows us.
Dave?
Yeah,
what are you doing? Nah, come on. First of all, I see what's above your head, man. I mean, you're just gonna go off white Air Jordan 1 Chicago on them like it's some pro kids, like it's some joints that you get anywhere. No disrespect, but like it's some New Balance you get anywhere. I'm sorry, those are off white ones. I'm sorry.
I just don't want it to come across as if Nick DePaula is jumping on the show with amateurs. Like he's got to know that, like, hey, we're up on our game. Like we know what's popping in the sneaker world, man. So that's going to be great. And then Marshall Harris is going to be with us for perhaps his final appearance. He is in Chicago right now. Marshall Harris, perhaps with his final regular appearance. Of course, we'll call Marshall for 49ers Bears games. We'll call Marshall for Kings Bulls games. We'll call Marshall if we need like a slot filled and we want to talk to somebody. Like Marshall's going to continue to be a part of the show, but we certainly can't monopolize his time weekly, when the truth is, and this is going to be the tough part, he might fall in love with Belo and JC in Chicago.
The Bulls.
We gotta let him do his thing. But Marshall will be here. We haven't really ironed it. Just looking at the time, his last show on CBS is the 13th. That's a week from Sunday. He's leaving 2 days later. I'm gonna guess a week from today he's gonna have some things to do. I'm not really sure. I'm going to guess that today is going to be Marshall's final regular appearance on the show, and we'll get his thoughts on what happened last night, because a whole lot did just that. The Suns eliminated the Los Angeles Lakers. The Nuggets eliminated the Portland Trailblazers. Teams that have had the opportunity to end a series have done just that. They have ended, and man, there's so much to take away from the Lakers-Suns game. One is Anthony Davis scored 60 points, because that's about how many the team got beat by without him out there. 2, who the hell cleared him to play? 3, how did things go so poorly for the Los Angeles Lakers this year?
I think I got answers to all of them.
Okay, let's get with it. We got 4 hours.
No, he's not worth 60 points. And that's no disrespect to him, but I thought the Suns were going to win regardless of what was going on. So, I mean, that's that. Number 2, I don't know what happened with allowing him to play. I can't imagine that they saw him in warmups. They did whatever little things they did on the side. And even if he said, I want to give it a go, them saying, yeah, you can try it. Like,
lasted 5 minutes, man.
Done. Less than that. He was done immediately. And that was a situation. I was talking to my homeboy Alan about this, and it might have been one of them things where I could see, I don't know. I'm not saying this about the Lakers doctors. I don't know. But sometimes doctors will be like, well, you can't hurt it any worse.
Yeah.
It's just about the pain tolerance. Well, no, you can literally tear that off the bone. And now you got real problems. Yeah. So I want to commend AD for giving it a go. We talk all the time, street clothes, Anthony Davis, and we talk all the time about guys not taking a chance. He tried. He didn't have it. He listened to his body immediately and got up out of there. And then number 3, real quick, because I know you want to address that. Number 3, I think this Lakers run as presently constituted, I think it's done.
Like done.
they're going to have to get some reinforcements in a major way.
But how, like I thought, and again, I always take my L's. I thought Dennis Schroeder was a reinforcement.
Mm-mm.
Man, when he came in, I was like, well, I like Dennis Schroeder before this year. I was like, man, okay, this is big. This works. I like the Andre Drummond. I didn't understand Andre Drummond is washed. Like what? Since when? Didn't work here. And it's like, it's part of what I keep holding on to with the Brooklyn Nets is you keep trying to assemble a bunch of guys, and think it's all going to work. You look at this Lakers team. Dennis Schroeder is a good basketball player. I don't know what the hell went wrong in Los Angeles. He's a good basketball player.
It's different.
Didn't work.
It's different. There's levels.
Andre Drummond,
good ball player.
Andre Drummond didn't fit, and perhaps Andre Drummond is the player who just didn't fit in the playoffs. Maybe Andre Drummond would have been fantastic to have for the 72-game regular season. But once it got to the playoffs, you couldn't put him on the floor.
No.
And now we know what the tweet meant, by the way. Remember the tweet? He tweeted, like, I think it was 2 days ago, LOL, only control what you can control or something like that. Yeah. He must have just been told he's moving to the bench.
Yeah. And look, I feel like Andre Drummond isn't, weak or anything like that. I think that was a bad situation. I thought it was a bad matchup with Anthony Davis. It didn't work. Hell, even a bad matchup putting him with LeBron James, for the things that he does. He's a little, I was going to say archaic, but he's an old school big man. He's not good laterally, can't shoot. He's just all about close to the basket. But you would think that you could find a way to incorporate him into a Lakers team that's struggling, and they got the hell beat out of them inside in Game 5, and it was a problem in Game 6. When you talk about Dennis Schroeder, is levels, man. Is level. Dennis Schroeder is a very good ball player if he's your sixth man, backup point guard, or if your goals are different. If he was with the Sacramento Kings and we're trying to get to the playoffs, maybe win a series or something like that, Schroeder can do that. You want him to be the starting point guard, your third scorer on a team that's trying to win an NBA championship. That's not his job. It's not his job, and he showed that that was a bad gamble.
Maybe more appropriately stated, it's not a job he's qualified for. No. You can give anybody a job. That doesn't mean that they're qualified for it. And it appears he may not be qualified for that gig right there. I want to go back to something that you said just a moment ago. You mentioned street clothes.
I can guarantee.
No, that ain't. Oh, that's the playoff droug's over.
That's over.
Appreciate you, Mr. Halliburton. Appreciate you, Mr. Halliburton. No, Charles Barkley.
Anthony Davis. I told you the Lakers can't win this series. Forget about the championship. They can't win this series without street clothes.
So I want to bring that up because it's all fun and games. It's all street. What's street clothes? It's all fun and games until he goes out there with the threat of ripping his groin off the bone. Going out there and all of a sudden it's like Charles Barkley's like, why was he cleared to play? How did y'all let him go out there and play? I don't know, Chuck. Maybe because the biggest NBA show went out there and made fun of him because he can't play. You think there's ever any consequences to these types of things? You out there calling him street clothes. We're talking about like, what the hell is Anthony Davis doing out there in this game? Well, he's trying to avoid this. This is exactly what he's trying to avoid. This is why athletes bust their ass out there.
Forget about the championship. They can't win this series without street clothes.
I get it. I get what you're saying. Two things can be equally true though. Like the fact that he tried to play doesn't change the fact that he always gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but no, for sure. I get that. But you got to be consistent. Like if you're Charles, you got to be consistent. You can say both can be true. Sure, both can be true. You can't scream and yell and hoop and holler at the Lakers doctors for him being cleared to play when you just 2 nights ago criticized them for not playing.
But I think he can criticize the doctors because Anthony Davis can say, because I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I got to play.
That's what was done because there's no way he was cleared to play.
The doctors have to say no.
But I
they
agree.
Have to say Frank Vogel, no, he's not available. Like so Chuck wasn't getting on AD for last night. He said, how did the doctors clear him? And I agree. Like AD,
the fact is, the doctors didn't clear him. The doctor said, "Oh, I absolutely believe what you said a second ago is what happened." Well, it's going to be your pain tolerance. Obviously, the pain was too much. Not only was the pain too much, he could barely freaking move. How long did it take Devin Booker to realize Anthony Davis can't move?
Like 2 times up.
The jump ball.
Yeah.
Like there's a clip of Devin Booker running back after scoring a basket. If you look in the background, all you see is Anthony Davis in pain. And that was in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But it's you mentioned the parade on J Street, not a real parade. Don't go down to J Street. No, nothing's happening down there
right now. I'm right by the 7-Eleven across the street from where the convention center is, and it's gonna be lit.
Isn't McQueen's across from the convention center?
No, they got a 7-Eleven right there too.
Okay, maybe on the other side of the convention center.
Yeah, you're on the. I'm
on the J Street side.
Yeah, I'm on the J Street side.
Isn't that McQueen? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You ain't there. You're in Elk Grove. The point is, the Lakers being eliminated parade is happening all over the country. So I want to ask you this question to think about: is it the Lakers being eliminated parade, or the LeBron being eliminated parade? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Portland. You talk about keeping the same energy, boy. Y'all better check your watches because some of y'all ain't keeping that same energy for Dame time. We'll talk about that as D-Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Kenny Caraway here, like I said, live from J Street here on Nice Street. Okay, I'm not, because people are really going to start thinking I'm on J Street. But if I was on J Street celebrating any kind of parade, please believe that I would try to be on a float and I try to have me a nice little glass of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin to celebrate the occasion, right? Because the summer's here. We're feeling good. It's a Friday. This is the perfect time to have me a nice little glass of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. It's that smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time, man. See, with McQueen and the Violet Fog, you can literally taste the quality in every bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So what that tells me is they don't make much, but they do make damn good. All right. If you want to try it for yourself, you can order online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle the next time you're out in the store. And if the store is sold out, which I'm hearing is going on right now because people are getting at McQueen, if they're sold out, you're not out of luck. All you got to do is holler at me, holler at Damien. We'll talk to our guy Ben over at the Sovereign Brand. Shout out Black Bottles 916. We'll get that re-up, and you'll be able to have some McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. Show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your posts at D-Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. It's time to put the entire valley, the entire region onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible this weekend and every weekend. Don't drink and drive.
Let me get this. Get Nick DePaula's name played in here.
So, Bryce, I got a little bone to pick with the come on, man. Come on with that avatar, man. Leave LeBron alone, man. Come on. Man.
Come on, man.
Come on. But yeah, man, Second World Republic, I'm out here. You know, I got the kid try to put on for myself all the time. You know what it is. I was just on Twitter and I saw somebody not from Sacramento in the Bay Area. They got a kid sent to them by the Republic. I'm like, wow. Wow. Yeah? Okay. I mean, I'm not hating on them. They get how you live. You know, it's all good. But man, you know,
we ain't using names.
No, we ain't using names. Okay. Namely because I forgot her name. But
okay,
you know,
okay.
I'm just saying. I looked at it like I looked at where it was.
Thought it was like Bonte or something. Like, wait, what?
No.
What's your boy got a kid?
I was like, I just looked. I was like, man, you know, Bay Area. Okay, no, I don't recognize the young lady. You know. So I don't know if she's part of anything out here in Sacramento, but the Republican and her kid, D-Lo and KC, we try to put on. I'm just I'm just trying to correlate, put 2 and 2 together. But I still got love for the Republic. I'm going to rock the kit. I got to get a new one too. Matter of fact, so it's all good. Just an
Manny, we see your Bel Air joke. It's like dying a slow death here in the chat. You just got to let that one go. It's like the 3rd time I've seen it. Manny, no, man, no, Manny, sit down. Go pour the champagne. Go pour the champagne in your Fruit Loops. Knock it off. Knock it off. Although, since we are talking about, I do know, and I'm anxious to get these. They got glow in the dark bottles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to get my hands on. Well, first. You gonna know when D-Lo and KC get the glow in the dark bottles because we're gonna do the show in the dark, and there ain't gonna be nothing but bottles behind us lighting up.
You're just gonna see teeth and bottles over here. No, bro.
It's probably not going to be an issue on my end, but so, smile. I can't see you.
I don't know. I don't know if UC Davis is a sponsor anymore. I don't know. I feel like they're not. I feel like it might be like Dignity Health or something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
Did you see LeBron had a little grill action going on last night?
Yeah.
Also, another thing that I know,
Rob the Jewish stone, tell him make me a grill.
LeBron has multiple wedding bands. He had that canary gold one last night. I hadn't seen that before. That's fire, Jazz.
I guess you. Sports fans are the worst. We are collectively the absolute worst. I just lost this message here from Leezy, but Leezy wrote here in the chat, Dame Tom over. I called it a month ago. Like, yeah, Leezy. No one else predicted that the Nuggets would be there. No one else thought that this could be the end of the run for the Portland Trailblazers, though, unless I missed the Woj tweet or the Shams tweet, I don't think Dame Lillard was traded this morning.
He definitely.
But I do have my phone directly in front of me because I am wondering if some other news is going to come out of Portland today.
Well, I'll say this, though, in Leezy's defense. It wasn't a popular pick to go with Denver. I'm not saying nobody picked Denver, but I know I picked Portland, you picked Portland, and everybody. Once Jamal Murray went out, everybody thought Denver was just done. Like, don't even make it to the playoffs for what? And
it's unfair too to point out they didn't really miss a beat.
They didn't. We joke about them, or people joke about them a lot. Austin Rivers was really big in this series, and big down the stretch for them. Monte Morris was big, and this man. Look, man, I'm not saying he's a Luka. I ain't saying that. Okay, all I know is. I was fixated on Michael Porter Jr. in that draft. And even when he could barely walk down the steps, I saw that.
Man.
I said, I don't care. I might roll the dice with this dude.
What a wild scene that was.
KD reincarnated. He may be KD reincarnated. And man,
okay. I just want to point out Kevin Durant's not dead. I do want to point that out for everybody just tuning in. KD is not dead, so Michael Porter Jr., we'll find it. Maybe he's the next coming of KD rather than Kevin Durant reincarnated, because Kevin Durant's
dead to be reincarnated. I guess maybe so.
I think that's how it works. Yep, I'm not an expert. Definitely, maybe maybe we were Bilo and JC in a previous life. I'm not really sure, but. The unique thing about Michael Porter Jr. is, or really not necessarily the unique thing about Michael Porter Jr., it's the unique thing about the Denver Nuggets. They had the ability to roll the dice on that pick. People talk about, another player the Kings should have drafted. Yeah, I think part of the reason that it's working out the way that it is because they never had to rush him.
Right.
It was like, no, it wasn't, he's playing well, we're going to blow past the minutes restriction. It's like, no, he played 15 minutes. Get him out. Sit him down. I don't care. I don't care if he's got 100 points in 15 minutes. Sit his ass down. He's on a minutes restriction. And they stuck to that. shoot, there were times last year where like they ain't even using Michael Porter Jr. Let's see if we can get his. They slow played this, and now he's emerging as that. Oh my God, that's right. He was supposed to be the number 1 overall pick in that draft. It wasn't DeAndre Ayton. It wasn't Luka Doncic. It was Michael Porter Jr. from the moment. Shoot, it wasn't even the moment that season started. It was the season before that Michael Porter Jr. was going to be the first pick of that draft. And, you know, unfortunately he got hurt. And man, that draft scene was just wild. Yeah. It was absolutely wild. Like you're looking at him like, this young man can't walk. Like he legit can't walk. And Denver played it right. And here he is.
Yeah, well, he and our boy Jokic and Monte Morris and Austin Rivers, they went into Portland and won a game that I didn't think they were going to win. Portland looked like they were turned up for it. They were up double digits in that game, and Denver just walked them down, to use a boxing term. They just walked them down and ended up pulling away from them in a major way late in that game. So shout out to the Nuggets, man. Shout out to them.
Shout out to the MVP who had 36 last night and who, through all of, you know, Dame's heroics and all of his big shots and all of his 3-pointers that gets House of Highlights and Twitter all excited. Nikola Jokic has been great this series, just as he's been great all year long. And this team rolls along here and they get the win 126-115. But as has been the case here for the first round, the story is less about the team moving on and more about the team that is eliminated. We talked a little bit about the Los Angeles Lakers here to start this show. Of course, we'll talk more about them. Friendly reminder, Marshall Harris coming up at 1:47. Happy hour with Nick DePaula coming up at 3 o'clock. Will be commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour, and Nick DePaula will be on the stream. So make sure you check us out over there on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I know when you're a fan of a player that doesn't win championships, you've got to take the beating that comes on social media when they don't win championships. And that sure was the case when the Washington Wizards were eliminated the other night and when Dame's going off the next day and you're going, man, imagine being a fan of Russell Westbrook. Man, imagine thinking that Russell Westbrook is better than Dame Lillard. Man, imagine being a fan of a guy who can't win. Dame Lillard was eliminated from the first round of the playoffs for the 5th time yesterday, the same exact amount of times that Russell Westbrook has been eliminated from the playoffs in the first round. I scrolled through Twitter for an hour to find somebody bringing that up. What did I see? Dame Lillard appreciation post. Oh, Dame Lillard carrying everybody on his back. Oh, Dame Lillard, God bless him. Get the brother out of Portland. Let him get with some teammates who can help him out here. It was weird how y'all didn't have that same energy with Dame Lillard getting eliminated in the first round of the playoffs as you did the Washington Wizards getting eliminated in the first round of the playoffs.
Now, let me say this. Once again, this is a situation where we just have 2 different Twitter time feeds. I don't think anybody gave a damn that the Wizards got eliminated from the first round. I didn't see a tweet, good nor bad, about the Wizards getting bounced.
Oh, they were in my mentions, man. I assure you.
I see that. Now it's different. They're coming to you personally.
So yeah. But ain't nobody have anything to say last night. I'm waiting for my mentions. How come y'all only want to get at me when Russ loses? How come y'all don't want to get at me when Dame loses?
Why would
y'all are highlight watchers? Y'all sit around watching House of Highlights going, man, Dame's so good. He hit a couple of shots. He hit a couple of buzzer beaters in a game they lost. So y'all trying to tell me Kenny Caraway hitting a buzzer beater, hitting 2 buzzer beaters in a game that you lost isn't the same thing as getting a triple-double? Oh, he out here chasing triple-doubles. He's doing this. He's stat padding. What's Dame Lillard doing? Mind you, my 2 favorite players in the entire league, Russell Westbrook, number 1, Dame Lillard, number 2. But y'all made me go heel on Dame Lillard. Y'all made me go Hollywood Hogan on Dame Lillard because y'all don't keep the same energy. If it's about winning, make it about winning. But it ain't about winning with Dame Lillard. Oh, we love Dame. Oh, he's Oakland, though. Oh, Dame, he about that life. Oh, Dame, it's Dame time. Oh, he's clutch. Oh, he hits threes. Oh, but hitting threes in games that you lose, somehow that's different than getting a triple-double in a game that you win 70. I forgot the exact number. I think it was like 75% of the time. 75% of the time Russell Westbrook gets a triple-double, they win. Oh, but that's stat chasing. Dame hitting buzzer beaters that get on your House of Highlights feed and y'all don't even recognize. Oh, they lost. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got something to say? Go ahead.
I'm letting you ride.
I refrained from taking all of this mess on social media last night because I knew I got 3 hours to get this in before Nick DePaula joins us. I got some things to say. And again, I point this out. Favorite player in the league, Russell Westbrook. Second favorite player in the league, Dame Lillard.
I'm just letting you rock. I'm letting you get it off, partner. You know,
made me go here.
You allow me to do that from time to time when it's Draymond Green or if it's the Seattle Seahawks or something like that. You allow me the opportunity to get it off. I'm giving you the same opportunity.
Can
get
we
it off your chest?
Now, can I be the rational sports fan here? I know foreign concept, but can you work with me here? Dame Lillard doesn't get eliminated from the first round of the playoffs. Russell Westbrook doesn't get eliminated from the first round of the playoffs. The Portland Trailblazers get eliminated. They got beat by a team that was better than them. The Washington Wizards got eliminated. They got beat by a team that was better than them. The Washington Wizards, they weren't even 500 this year. They were 15 games under and clawed their way into that play-in game. Teams get eliminated from the playoffs. Look back at Dame Lillard being eliminated. Look back at Russell Westbrook being eliminated. Look back last night to the Los Angeles Lakers. Are the Lakers better than the Suns? But the line of thinking is when you have LeBron James, you acquire Anthony Davis, you're supposed to beat everybody. That Suns team has been consistently better than the Los Angeles Lakers. We pick Portland to win. Part of that is just we don't believe in Denver. Denver's better than they are, even without Jamal Murray. And if Michael Porter stepping into that role with Jamal Murray out, the Nuggets are better. These guys that are getting beat in the first round are getting beat by teams that are better than them. That's what's happening here. You go back and you look at those teams. This is a compelling team, this Portland Trailblazers team. You got Dame Lillard, you got CJ McCollum, you got Yusuf Nurkic. CJ and Yusuf are good ball players. Dame has elevated those guys. We pay attention. If Dame was injured, like we see CJ going out, Yusuf Nurkic has missed God knows how much time over the course of the last couple of years. You lose those two guys, but Dame Lillard's still there. You're watching. CJ McCollum 100%, Yusuf Nurkic 100%, but Dame Lillard is out. Are you still paying attention to the Portland Trailblazers?
I like CJ McCollum more than you do, so yeah, I am.
Fine. I think most aren't. I think Dame is the guy. It's literally Dame time when you're watching the Portland Trailblazers. You're tuning in to see him. He, in my opinion, elevates those other guys.
Okay. Look, when people say that like in a rational, perfect world, yes, we all know the team wins, right? But you know me, I'm big on keeping the same energy and understanding what all this is about. And just like you said, when things go well, Dame puts those guys on his back, right? So when if that's the case, they don't show no respect to the teammates then. They don't be like, the team did it. No, Dame put those guys on his back. Last year in the bubble, Dame single-handedly getting his team into the playoffs. They don't show no respect to the teammates then. So when you lose, this is part of the territory. It's on your head. It's not the Blazers lost. We know that. We know that. But when we're talking about it, it's Dame lost in the first round. Russell Westbrook, his MVP season. Russell Westbrook single-handedly took a team decimated and left by Kevin Durant, averaged a triple-double, won the MVP, and got this team to the playoffs. So when you lose, yes, Russell Westbrook, you lost.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the first part of what I said there. I'm playing I'm going to be the rational sports fan here. I'm going to look at this the proper way. I'm going to remove myself from sports media hot takes and from Uber fandom here. Dame didn't lose the series yesterday.
I understand that, but even being logical, you got to look at how everybody else is talking about it and understand that's part of the territory. Like, I'm not going to get if I'm not going to get upset here if I don't have, but if I'm you and people are saying Russell Westbrook lost in the first round, but they're not saying Dame Lillard lost in the first round. I mean, he lost in the first round just like Russell Westbrook lost in the first round because he gets when things are going well, They dismiss everybody else on that roster and they give them all the credit. So when it goes back, that's the same thing here with LeBron James. Like LeBron picking up this Cavs team by the bootstraps. These guys were no names and nobodies.
Well,
and he took them there.
Well, depends on what Cavs team you're talking about, because
he did it a couple times.
He did. I mean,
but now.
He did not have a CJ McCollum on that Cavs team. He did not have a Bradley Beal on that Cavs team, or a Yusuf Nurkic or a Robert Covington or anything like that.
He didn't. But now when we can't get it done, we want to talk about how much Kyle Kuzma stinks. And we want to talk about how much Dennis Schroeder isn't good enough. Wesley Matthews. Oh, that's
I don't. So as we get back into the Lakers here, you look at this thing and it's fine. You know people love to celebrate the losses of LeBron James, which is fascinating. So I'll ask you this: it's kind of what we were going at. You said you're out on J Street for the Lakers loss in the playoffs parade, and I feel like that's a playoff that's a parade that's happening across J Streets across the country, and it's like, are y'all celebrating the Lakers losing? Because I know a lot of people hate the Lakers. Are you celebrating LeBron James losing?
I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are celebrating LeBron James losing. I love LeBron. I don't love Laker LeBron the way I love Cav LeBron. But
Miami LeBron?
I love Miami LeBron. I just don't.
It's just Laker LeBron.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling Laker LeBron. And that would be where it is for me. I would like to say I think that's where it would be for a lot of people in this season, excuse me. A lot of people in this city, but I don't know. There's a lot of people that just be hating on LeBron for no reason. Like, so last night, no eye patch, no cast, no wheelchair, no nothing last night. That boy was looking smooth last night.
He did look good at the post game.
He was sparkling and glistening. He had about 3 of them on. Like I said, he had the canary gold wedding band on. I mean, that boy was looking smooth last night.
And I don't feel like he was making excuses for why they lost.
No, he said what we thought he would say is,
sure,
we never got a chance to get jail because of injuries. And that's somebody might look at that as an excuse. It's also reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's what it is.
Yep.
So I thought he was fine last night. And even when he does his stuff with the raps and stuff like that, I joke with it. I have a good time with it. It's funny. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't take away from his greatness at all. When
his legacy's been written, his legacy has been written. He can lose in the first round for the next 4 years. It doesn't matter.
Some people, it's been written another way though. You know what I'm saying? It's been written the opposite way. He's got to go get a team and all this other stuff, and him losing and getting bounced the way he did in the finals. MJ would never. I had people tweet me that last night. MJ, see, LeBron quit on his team. MJ would never do that. Like, they're different players.
How many times has LeBron lost in the first round?
1 time.
Do you know off the top of your head how many times Michael Jordan has lost in the first round?
I would say once, maybe twice.
Maybe 3 times.
3 times?
He's lost in the first round 3 times. And how many years did Michael Jordan play? Like 12?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're including the Wizards years, which I know was forbidden in NBA folklore is to include the Wizards years.
He played about 16 years because he won the first championship in 7. So 7, 8, 9, came back, won another 3. That's 12. Wizards, we're getting in about 14 years.
Okay, 14 years. LeBron's on year what?
What, 17? 18?
Right. So come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here? He's arguably the greatest basketball player we've ever seen. At worst, he's second. There's no argument for him being any lower than second. He's either the greatest or he's right next to Jordan. That's it. There's no other conversation. Don't start throwing in, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's now because it's convenient for you. Y'all had nothing to say about Kareem when he probably has the greatest argument to be labeled as the greatest basketball player of all time. I wasn't around for Milwaukee Bucks Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I wasn't around for Lou Alcindor at UCLA. That's not my bag. I'm out. It's Jordan and it's LeBron, and that's it. Anything he does now, it's just adding on to his legacy. That's it. And we love, it's the same thing happened with Tom Brady. We love greatness to a point. But once you get too great, chill out. We need you to come back down to earth a little bit. We like greatness in small dosage. Once it gets too much, will pass.
No. And I'll also say this, though. While I find LeBron's antics and dramatics funny, and I don't take them any type of way, and it doesn't take away from his greatness, so there are people who look at that as ridiculous, and I can understand that.
Well, you mean that he can't see? What you mean? You mean that his what was it? His shoulder getting mercilessly ripped out of its socket. You mean that?
I know when he shattered his wrist as well.
He shattered his wrist right before making a free throw and winning a championship in Cleveland. Yeah, it happens.
So I don't have a problem with those things. I find them funny, but I can't understand how that rubs people the wrong way. You're the most God-gifted player we probably ever seen. You get benefited out a lot of times, whether it's with calls or, all this other stuff. Why do you need the other stuff? Why do you need the dramatics? I get it. I don't agree, but I get it.
I do,
that rubs people the wrong way.
So many people like look at LeBron like, oh, I don't pay attention to that stuff. And I think LeBron's one of those guys. No, I'm not listening to Stephen A. Smith. I don't pay attention to that. I do believe, with very few exceptions, they're all lying. That's why I appreciate Kevin Durant. I think Kevin has stopped using burners, and he's just acknowledged, yep, I pay attention to all of this. I'm going to search my name in Twitter, and if you said something about me, I'm coming for your neck. I'm going at you, and if you tag me, I'm going to respond. Right. LeBron pretends like he doesn't see it, then he reacts to it, and I think LeBron is really protective of his legacy, and I think LeBron is like, I think LeBron hates that he didn't have the relationship with Michael Jordan that Kobe had. Mm. You know what I mean? Like, LeBron loved Jordan too, but for some reason, Jordan didn't like gravitate towards him. They never. I'm not going to say they didn't have a relationship at all, but it's become very, very clear, unfortunately, over the last year and a half, how close Kobe and Michael were. And I think we've always known that Kobe and Michael were really, really close. I think LeBron wanted that. And because he didn't get it, now he gets protective. Now he's compared to Jordan so often. He gets protective of, he's going to lose the series. Well, it's going to be because he's blind, and it's going to be because his shoulder was ripped out of its socket, and it's because he's considering ankle surgery this offseason. Yeah. It's going to be all of those things. And I think sometimes he tries to, throw that little veil over it just to protect himself a little bit. Like, oh yeah, no. It's like going to the podium after the sweep with a cast on. Like, man, you played 4 games. You played 3 more games without a cast on. And now somehow between the buzzer and you going to the podium, you got a full-on cast on your hand. I think he just gets protective in that sense because he doesn't have Michael Jordan. He has no one. Like, if Kobe is considered in that class, Kobe always had Jordan to call and ask how to handle things. And Jordan has spoke about that since then. Who's LeBron going to call? Because there's only one other guy on his level.
I think.
And he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that guy to call. He could call Magic. I love Magic. Magic ain't on LeBron's level.
No.
There isn't another player in the world that's on his level except for Michael Jordan.
For a long time, I used to think that LeBron was and now I look back at it, and I don't think Michael cares that much. I think he's secure in himself. But I used to think that LeBron was the biggest threat to Michael's legacy. I felt like there was so many things that had gone on with Kobe, basketball-wise, not making the playoffs, losing in the finals, things that there were enough marks on his legacy where he wasn't worried about Kobe. Kobe will never be bigger than Mike and better than Mike and considered better than Mike. But this dude, LeBron, he might take my throne. He might be number one. And I always felt that might have been part of the reason why Jordan kind of kept LeBron at distance, because Jordan, the ultimate competitor, was looking at this young boy like, no, this guy's he's a real threat to my all-time crown. As I've gotten older, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think Jordan, like I said, he's more secure than people probably give him credit for. Michael Jordan is, and he's like, I'm Michael Jordan regardless. Like there's people that it don't matter what you do, they're always gonna say I'm the greatest, and he's cool with that. But I always thought maybe that was an issue why him and LeBron weren't as close as you would think. You know what I'm saying? Or some people would hope. Somebody who was it? I think it was Max the Demon on Twitter, on YouTube. He said LeBron quit on his team yesterday, and I speculated that LeBron checked out on his team in Game 5. And I got to get back at you on this one, Max. I thought LeBron played his ass off last night, and I thought he really busted his ass out there trying to get this team to a Game 7.
LeBron played 41 minutes in a game that they were down, 30 in the first half. Like the game was over after the first quarter. And they got, I think they got within 13.
They got to 10 at one point.
Did they get it to 10? I remember 13. I guess I missed the 10, but it was like, oh man, they need one more. And then I'll believe, cause we've heard it 1,000 times. Cutting that lead down, man, is tough. And then the lead got blown back up again after that. So the fact that LeBron played 41 minutes last night, to me, shows that he didn't quit. He was trying to cut into that lead. He didn't want the series to end. I know there are a couple of plays where he spent way too much time arguing with the officials, but that just wasn't his best series, man. And I don't know if that's I told you this on Game 5. I felt like he laid back too far. I felt like he was. I wanted him to be aggressive, and he wasn't. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about.
When I come back, I had a hypothetical last night that got people hot, and I want to ask you about it.
I missed it.
Upset.
I missed it.
I want to ask you about this.
Okay, I'm curious. I missed it. We've got that coming up. Kenny's going to piss everybody off. That's good stuff. Nick DePaula coming up at 3 o'clock. Marshall Harris coming up at 1:47 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
And you guys, Seth Rollins is so much better at what he does than Draymond Green. Yes.
I like it. I like
Seth Rollins. I see where you're going.
Someone hit me.
You're working.
Someone hit me with a great one last night. Dame and Kofi.
Oh my goodness.
How great is that comp? Dame and Kofi.
I feel that's disrespectful to Dame. Look, man,
really?
Look,
Kofi won more championships than Dame did. What you mean?
I'm gonna say this. I never bought a ticket or turned on a Raw or a pay-per-view hoping to see Kofi Kingston.
Wow. Who needs the man when you got Kenny Caraway? Wow.
That was the line.
Leezy. God, I swear to God, I'm going to block Leezy. Leezy, you're not listening. We're not talking about Kobe and LeBron. We're talking about Jordan and LeBron. You've texted like 10 times about this. Everybody else in the chat knows we're talking about Jordan and LeBron, not Kobe and LeBron. God damn, Leezy. Jesus, man. Like, you literally text that like 10 times. Did you not pick up on everybody else talking about it? Jeez, dog. Man. I didn't say he had no mentor. I said he had no Jordan. Kobe had Jordan. Who's LeBron have to go to? I think LeBron wants Jordan, or I think LeBron wants that same relationship that Kobe had, and he didn't get it. Okay. Oh, Miss P hit you. I think Miss P did. I think Miss P just dimed you out. Did you propose that? No, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I
asked the question. I said, this is on the table. Who says no? And all of a sudden, Buddy Hield has turned into Bradley Beal. all of a sudden, Buddy Hield is Bradley Beal and damn Jason Tatum rolled into one. That he is so much better than Kyle Kuzma. Okay. All right, guys. What did they say? Yeah. They did try to hype that up. They did. Like I said, I didn't know Buddy Hield turned into the damn Clyde Drexler all of a sudden, and you can't move him.
Marcus, this been written about, fam. Like it's been written about for a long time. That's not a secret. That's not like insider news. That's been written. There's a great book called LeBron Inc. that Windhurst and was it McMenamin wrote. Is really, really good. All right, Benjamin. All right, man. All right, Benjamin. Oh boy, you're about to start something.
Maybe you can help me out here.
You're about to start something.
I don't know if I would do it, but I don't understand.
you.
Maybe I guess I got this one all off.
Boy, they coming for your neck, boy. Lisa, you're off timeout. You're only on a figurative timeout. Nick DePaula coming up at 3:00 for happy hour, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. The chat over here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Let the cat out of the bag by they revealed Kenny's hypothetical. So I'm just gonna lay back and go ahead and let you present your and I didn't see this Twitter hypothetical this morning or last night, but apparently everybody else did. So for those on Odyssey, welcome. For those on 1320 AM, welcome. Go ahead. What was your hypothetical here, Casey?
So let the record show.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say I wanted to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that this is what should be done.
Back, boy, you look like Deion Sanders right now.
This is what I don't have to. I'm reading what the tweet says right here. And the tweet literally says, Kuzma for Buddy Hield. Who says no? That's all I said.
Well, I found about 73 people here in the chat who all have collectively said no. So what do you want to do now? Y'all are making Kings fans rep Buddy Hield right now. Well, even Ramsey. Ramsey was like, "Nah, I'll take Shabano."
This thing I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, Buddy Hield has turned into damn Jerry West for Sacramento Kings fans.
Or maybe he's just better than Kyle Kuzma.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So number one. First of all, we spent the whole season talking about how he's the worst shooting guard in the league.
Facts.
The worst starting shooting guard in the league.
Statistically, that's accurate.
And all of a sudden, the worst starting shooting guard in the league is untradeable for somebody like Kyle Kuzma. Really, the reason it was proposed is he makes like, I don't know, $7 million less, Buddy Hield. Bring him off the bench. I don't think, like, if it happened, I wouldn't think nothing of it, really. I wouldn't be distraught the way some of these King fans. I don't know. All of a sudden, like I said, Clyde Drexler, Reggie Miller, Ray Allen all rolled into one is what Buddy Hield is all of a sudden.
That's how hard this hypothetical was on social media. Is you got Kings fans repping for Buddy for the first time all year.
And look, once again, I don't know if I'd do it. I don't know if the Kings turned it down, if it was out there, I'd be like, sure, whatever. It's not a big deal.
So you're saying you're indifferent to the move that you proposed on social media last night?
I'm literally indifferent. I literally just asked the question. And all of a sudden this became my take.
Well, hey, whose name is on the tweet? I am K Diddy. Your name's on the tweet. You got to own it.
Yeah, man. I like I said, you save some money. You move on from Buddy Hield. You get a guy in Kyle Kuzma who has been on the bench for a long time. He'd be comfortable with it. You wouldn't have to deal with none of that drama. There are pluses to it.
Yeah, I'm going to paraphrase the late great Shock G. The answer is D. D. None of the above. So let's go back to the trade machine here. Let's go back to the trade. That brings up another good question though. Are we adding the Lakers to the list? Did the Lakers just make the list?
They might have just made the list.
Because I mean, you got a player option for. I think Montrezl Harrell has a player option.
Yeah.
Schroeder.
I wouldn't touch.
Oh, Dennis Schroeder turned down $80 million.
For the right deal, I'd fool with Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder's not feeling good this morning whatsoever. You talked about Andre Drummond. Like, what sort of money is Andre Drummond going to get? I know one thing: he ain't going to be back with the Lakers.
No,
that don't make any kind of sense if he's back with the Lakers. So, are we picking pieces off of that team last night?
Well,
you mentioned Kyle Kuzma. I think that's been resoundingly no. Mark Gasol's no. Contavious Caldwell Pope. I think this. I think they got Pope. Is it Pope, Davis, and LeBron equal like $100 million and some change? I think I took a note on that. Those three contracts eat up a big chunk of the. Yeah, here we go. No, we've got Contavious Caldwell Pope, Kyle Kuzma, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, $102 million. Montrezl Harrell has the $9.7 million player option. Schroeder, Andre Drummond, they're both free agents this year.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have much.
Lakers have the 22nd pick in the first round and 0 picks in the second.
Yeah, they don't have much to take off of. The other thing about a Buddy Hield trade in that scenario is you wouldn't lose your first round pick. You get your first round pick. You get a little cheaper.
Scotty Barnes, is that all of a sudden you're embracing Scotty Barnes here? Wow, what a
I'd have no problem with Scotty Barnes being the Kings selection on draft day. None whatsoever.
Oh man. And the great thing is you've never said a negative thing about Scotty Barnes. Never once. It's just every time you made a the Kings should trade this pick. What's Scotty Barnes going to do for the team? You kept landing on Scotty Barnes like over and over and over again.
Or Scotty Barnes.
You're brainwashing the whole fan base. Like now he's going to get drafted and everyone's going to be like, oh.
Scotty, if you're listening out in Tallahassee, I apologize, brother. If you came to Sacramento, you'd love it here. We'd love you.
Oh man. Yeah, you bring up a great point. I don't know how much there is to pull off that team. So again, the story here in the first round hasn't been necessarily the teams that are moving on, but more that the teams were eliminated. The Blazers were eliminated. Got my phone right here, just waiting to see if Woj starts tweeting. Because hell, there was even a report today. Apparently, the Blazers already know who they're going to interview if they fire. They got a full Vlade Luke situation going on in Portland. And apparently, Jason Kidd is near the top of their list.
Oh, boy. Jason Kidd going to be back.
By the way, is there a chance that if Terry Stotts is fired today, he's being interviewed tomorrow in Massachusetts?
Yeah, there's a chance of it. Yeah,
I think there's a good chance of it.
Yeah.
And I also wonder, because remember, Nate McMillan is the interim coach.
Mm-hmm.
I also wonder if it comes to an end for Atlanta if they make a play for Nate McMillan. I know what Shams wrote, but that's not just the Hawks' decision. That's Nate McMillan's decision too, whether he wants to stay in Atlanta or not.
Right.
So I'm just a couple of ideas because there's that coaching job, that coaching vacancy out there in Boston. But
are you with me in Portland where it's time to move on from this little group that they have? Like major moves need to be made.
What do you mean? Like
I'd move on from CJ, or I'd see what I can give for that.
Yeah,
a guy like Covington, I'd move on from him. Nurkic, I'd move on from him.
Yep, and start and just try to build everything around. Just try to piece things together around Dame.
Yeah, not even saying like get rid of these guys for draft picks. See if you can get guys back in return that could help you out immediately. But that particular group, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
See, look, here's another thing, though, as we go into the chat. See, this is why you guys don't listen. Well, I don't want Kyle Kuzma. we need to trade Buddy Hield for THT. Why the hell would the Lakers give you THT for Buddy Hield? See, sometimes, man, I love y'all, man. I really do, man. Sometimes y'all be saying anything.
Well, I would argue some people looked at your tweet last night and said the same thing. Sometimes y'all just be saying anything.
My bad. My bad. Buddy Hield's Dwayne Wade. Sorry about that. There's no way that you can move on from Buddy Hield's contract for maybe a player that's a little lesser.
He's just better than Kyle Kuzma, is I think what Kings fans were saying last night. How about this question here from Frankly Floyd? It's an interesting one. Who has more value, Nurk or CJ?
I would say CJ, but it's clear that I like CJ more than a lot of other people.
Yeah,
Nurk you can't play him. If the Kings got him, I wouldn't want him. He's a good offensive player.
You can't play him because he's
on defense.
He fits right in. Oof. Welcome home, Nurkic. We've got the perfect scenario for you, buddy. Welcome in. I don't think Monty's not going for that. I wonder what it's a good question though. Okay, the question is phrased here from Frankly Floyd on YouTube. Who has more value, Nurk or CJ? I'll take that question, paraphrase it a little bit. What is the value for Nurk or CJ? Because we've put together all these different trade proposals for guys around the league. I don't think Nurk or CJ fall into that Buddy Bagley in a first round pick spot.
No, I think Nurk falls into a situation. Nurk could go to a place, I say all this, like Sacramento. Like that's the kind of the place that he could land, and kind of like Valanciunas when he went to Memphis. You know what I'm saying? And have look for that type of place for him to continue his career and maybe be productive. Like if he came to Sacramento, I think he'd be a good offensive player. I think there will be times in certain situations where he'd be unplayable on the defensive end, but he'd be a good offensive player, a good big body in there. He's a good ball player. CJ, I think, is on another level. CJ is the type of player where I could see, and I keep throwing this out there because they actually have a hole and they have a need and they have a thirst and they got money going to the Knicks, right? And like, oh, we're getting CJ McCollum here. Yeah, now we doing some real work. I could see that being a situation. I could see CJ, and I can't really see him going to Miami, but a place like that, a place like the Knicks, where they feel like they're a piece away for competing for maybe their conference, a conference finals type of deal.
Okay. They're going to be an interesting team to follow. We mentioned this yesterday. They're home. The game was in Portland last night. I'm guessing there's some meetings happening, right now. The Luke Walton news came out at 4:10. So there's no reason for Portland to conspire to keep the Terry Stotts news out till after we're off the air. So we'll wait to see what happens, but I don't know, man. The fact that they're already tweeting, well, should Portland move on from Terry Stotts, as is believed, they may target Jason Kidd, maybe at the top of their list. Like, wow, he ain't even unemployed yet. Like, okay. Yeah. And shout out to Luke Walton, who set the trend for coaches on the hot seat. And Terry Stotts said yesterday, I got a contract. I don't know. Like, hey, I'm on a contract. I'm straight. I'm with it.
Hey, man, Terry Stotts, I don't think he'd had a hard time at all finding a job if he wanted to work next year. Not at all. He's a good coach.
How about what our man Marcus says here? Andre Drummond, starting center next year for the Sacramento Kings.
I've said that a couple of times, and you and other people have been kind of lukewarm to it.
I'm not lukewarm to it. I just the question remains the same though with Andre Drummond. What's the price?
I think
better than Hassan.
There's a realistic possibility where he's cheaper than Rashawn Holmes, and like,
I definitely think he's cheaper than Rashawn Holmes,
which is crazy.
It is, but yet here we are.
And man, I hope Rashawn gets everything that he deserves. He's worked hard. He's balled out, or whatever the case may be. But Drummond has accomplished more in this league than Rashawn Holmes.
But are those days past him?
He's younger than Rashawn Holmes.
I understand that. I'm just asking a question. I know he's younger. I'm just asking. What's he, 26 years old, 27? Rashawn's 28.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. It's weird how the Andre Drummond thing, like, it seems to have, like, Andre Drummond was fair to say, dominant center. Like, he was
he was some crazy stat lines with Detroit, where it's like, 25 points, 22 rebounds type deal.
So here's my question. Like, Benjamin's saying no. Chris Cook is saying no.
Your turn. Here you go. Yeah, get on Damian now. Rashawn Holmes, Will Chamberlain, reincarnated.
No, it wasn't Damian. It was our man Marcus. Marcus asked, Kings fans, do you like the sound of Drummond? I'm just facilitating the conversation. So let me ask this question then for the Kings fans. You're listening to D-Lo and KC, by the way, on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Hop on the stream here, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Come hang out with us. Nick DePaula is going to be with us here for happy hour at 3 o'clock on the live stream. Marshall Harris will be with us live from Chicago coming up at 1:47 as well, as we're recapping all of the big news from last night with the Lakers and the Blazers getting eliminated. And now here we are. Marcus Smith posed the question, do you like the sound of Andre Drummond being your starting center? I'm saying, well, what's the price of this? And mentioned, looking here, right in the chat, Chris says no. Benjamin says no. Okay. Who should it be? Because you can hit me with Rashawn Holmes if you want to, but I'm starting to get a feel of, hey, guys, we're running this thing back. And that ain't going to work. So who should be there in the center spot? Who do you want to target during free agency?
The thing that I look at that kind of makes a difference to me with Rashawn and Andre Drummond is Rashawn's ability to hit free throws. And Andre Drummond is like he's gotten better, but he's historically one of the worst free throw shooters we've ever seen. So that would be a factor. But aside from that, if you're telling me Rashawn Holmes, I mean, I don't even think they'd match anyway, but like you got Rashawn Holmes for 4 years, $18 million a year, and you can get Andre Drummond for somebody put in here like 3 years, $10 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with Andre Drummond. None whatsoever.
Yep. I'm with you.
I don't understand why so many people are against Andre Drummond. I don't get it.
He has a weird.
I was just about to say, frankly, Floyd. I mean, he's talking about what about Zinger here in Sacramento? Porzingis is who he's talking about. Do you want to talk about one of the worst contracts in all?
Have you? Oh,
I mean,
that's tough. That is a tough contract, man. We talked about it with Deuce and Mo yesterday. That's 30 and some change every year for like 3 more years.
King Boss. I'd rather the unicorn than Drummond. At least he can sit in the corner and shoot while Fox and Holly have an open floor to drive. Kristaps Porzingis is done. He's done. And he'd be your highest paid player on the team.
25 games this year. Andre Drummond averaged 17 and 13 for Cleveland. Gonna remove the for the Lakers. It's not like it was bad. It wasn't bad. It was 4 less minutes per game. It was 21 games. Because remember, they just made him disappear for a stretch there before trading him. It was 11.9 and 10.2. 11.9 points per game, 10.2 rebounds.
It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. He's 27 years old. I mean, he's averaged on his career 14.5, 13.7 rebounds. I don't know. I don't know what y'all want out of a.
He's a little old school. He's a lot old school where everything is about 5 feet around the basket. He struggles defensively with the way the game is played nowadays, trying to guard guys on the perimeter on switches and things of that nature. So he's a bit of an issue there. I understand that. But once again, now we got to talk about putting together a certain type of roster with money that you're making. If you can get $10 million, get Drummond for $10 million, I can't sneeze at it.
points, I think, are about the same. Let me pull up Rashawn's numbers. I think the points are about the same, but he's
off the top
way
of my head,
more rebounds.
14 and 8 this year, off the top of my head.
Man, that's 14 and 8.
Is that what he was?
I was gonna say that's wild because aren't those Bagley's numbers?
That's absolutely Bagley's numbers.
Are they? Isn't it? He's 14 and 7, right?
14 and 7.
I was gonna say he's 14. I feel like Bagley's 14 and 7 every year.
Yeah.
I feel like John Bull tweeted something about that the other day. Where's Rashawn? 14. Yeah, 14.2, 8.3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many games were played this year? 72.
Yeah, that's another thing we got to talk. Go ahead and talk about it because we got 2 straight years now. Rashawn Holmes ain't been there every year.
Rashawn played 61, so we missed 11. The year before, 72 games again, 44, and those are his 2 years with the Kings.
He got hurt a lot.
He played 70 games in Phoenix. He played 40, but that could have more to do. That it's hard to tell. Yeah. I wasn't watching Rashawn every day.
And I like Rashawn, man. I do, but like I said, we're talking about possibly $18 million a year. And in a perfect world, if we had cap room, I give it to him. But Kings don't really have the money to be spending like that
on his career. And I understand this isn't fair because he really got his run, the last 2 years. What I should do is just look at Rashawn's last 2 years with Sacramento and what they amount to. So his 2 years with Sacramento amount to 13.4 and 8.2. Drummond on his entire career is 14.5 and 13.7 points and rebounds. And there's no one's looking at Andre Drummond going, he's too small. No one's going. He's an undersized 5. Like nobody is looking at him like that.
You would eliminate that issue. Like I said, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I'm not saying that's my number one target in free agency, but if he came here, I'd have no problem with that.
It's just fascinating to me. Like so many Kings fans are like against it. But I'm asking like what exactly do you want then? Because we paid more attention to Andre Drummond, the Laker, than Andre Drummond, the Cavalier, and rightfully so. But you'll sit down to watch the Lakers because you hate them. You'll sit down to watch the Lakers because they're always on. You'll sit down to watch the Lakers because of LeBron James. You probably saw more Andre Drummond in the Laker uniform than you did in the Cleveland Cavaliers uniform or in a Detroit Pistons uniform. He was good in both. Again, 27 years old. Now, I think I'm talking myself into this. I think I'm more like at first I was like, okay, what's the contract with Andre Drummond? Now I'm more like, why the hell not?
Man, and like you said, unfortunately for him, he lost some money this year. So he's not, I don't think he's going to be that expensive. I'd have no problem with it. Once again, Damian, I'd have no problem. That's if Rashawn is not in your wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if Rashawn's in your wheelhouse, just because I'm familiar with him, I like him. If the money's equal, I'd go with Rashawn because I'm more comfortable with him. I know what I'm getting from him. I kind of like his style of play a little bit better on both ends of the floor. I'd go with Rashawn. But if the money's different and Drummond's cheaper,
is Rashawn the best front court defender the Kings have? Because he's better than Drummond.
Yeah. Is he better than Drummond?
I said he is better than Drummond.
Oh, he's better than Drummond on defensive end. Yeah. But it's different. It's a little different because he's better on the perimeter than Drummond. I don't know if he protects the paint as well as Andre Drummond.
I don't feel like Rashawn's ever gotten. Has he ever gotten bodied in the paint? Like I don't mean like for a play. I mean like for a game. And again, we're only talking 2 years here. We're talking 61 games, and we're talking like 105 games here. I think for Rashawn Holmes in a Sacramento Kings uniform.
There was a movement this year at certain points when people were, and I'd have to, maybe we talk to James Ham about this or something like this, or get Jason Jones on and we'll talk about this. But there was a movement at one time where people were like, So we're just not going to talk about how with Rashawn Holmes on the court, they still giving up like 120. We got no rim protection. Rashawn Holmes is our center.
Mm-hmm.
It's it was one of those things. We just not going to talk about that because we like Rashawn Holmes.
Well, that's what we do with Dame Lillard.
Well,
we ignore things about Dame Lillard because we like him.
I was like, well, maybe we won't talk about that. Doesn't mean it's not happening, but maybe we won't talk about it. But there was that type of movement going on. So if that's your best defender,
what you're saying is on this Friday, we got happy hour coming up with Nick DePaula. What you're saying is we're screwed.
No. All we got to do is trade Buddy for Kyle Kuzma. We got space.
Send your hate tweets to @IMKDiddy. Do not tag me. Do not tag D'Lo and KC. Do not tag ESPN 1320. Better yet, the opinions expressed by one Kenny Caraway are not necessarily that of D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, or Odyssey. They are solely the opinions of Kenny Caraway.
I don't want Rashawn to go anywhere if I have my choice, man. I want Rashawn to stay here. I want him to stay here. I want him to get paid though too.
But if there is an issue with guys like Joel or Jokic, there needs to be a big dude who like a big body who can fill that void. And we thought that's what Hassan would do. Didn't. I don't know what the price tag is going to be for Andre Drummond. That's going to be a fascinating thing to watch here in this upcoming offseason. Marsha Harris joins us in 30 minutes. Nick DePaula joins us for happy hour coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. So if you're on the Odyssey app or if you're listening on 1320 AM, make sure that you switch over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. There's a lot more to talk about, including the Clippers and the Mavericks tonight. We've got all that coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on this Friday edition, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kristoff is making $31 million next season, 33 in 2022, 2023, and 36 in the final year, which is a player option. And I can guarantee, we talk about Chris Paul. Well, he actually is going to opt out, but we talk about Chris Paul guaranteeing he's taking it. I can promise you Porzingis is taking that $36 million.
You get an option. You get an option. Everybody gets an option. Kings need to get a defensive-minded starting center if Bagley's in the long-term plans. If we wind up keeping Holmes, we need to get a backup with some size. That's good stuff, James. I'll read that on the air.
I was about to kind of bring that up. I think I would take Kemba.
But what do you do with him?
I'd figure I'd maybe he turns into your sixth man. I know.
I love me some Kemba, though.
I think you're getting more out of Kemba than you are out of Kristaps.
Agreed.
But maybe it's a situation where he just don't feel
like Porzingis would come here and be like, I'm going back to Europe. I'm out, man.
Porzingis would get beat up somewhere.
That's right. I heard. I have not tweeted anything about. Gosh darn it. I'm a social media coordinator. I feel like I need to hire a social media coordinator.
Social media is a job.
It's a full effing time job. Which reminds me, I got to meet with Morgan and talk about Be Heard. Sorry, y'all. I'm tweeting about Nick joining us. I cannot wait for this conversation, man. It's going to be so much fun.
It is. It really is. What y'all talking about, man? What y'all talking about? We still talk about Porzingis? Hell no. Then that's a whole nother thing. I wouldn't get rid of Buddy to add a guy like Porzingis. Like, I'd get rid of Buddy to add a guy like Pascal Siakam or Sabonis. Who knows, though, man? Porzingis can come here. It can rejuvenate his career. Who knows? I wish they would have traded for Jaron Allen too, Gerard.
Mm-hmm.
I wish so too. Once again, all I'm saying when you guys say these things is why would the Brooklyn Nets want Buddy Hield?
Maybe we shouldn't give up on Buddy yet.
If he's willing to be a six man, I mean, I would not be so against rolling the dice. Now, you're not going to be able to change this team that much if you keep him around, but
Marshall Harris joining us live from Chicago, coming up in about 30 minutes or so, 1:47. He'll be with us. Nick DePaula will be with us for happy hour coming up at 3 o'clock. That means we'll be commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour, thanks to our friends at McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Really, really looking forward to that as we have continued the postmortem here on the Portland Trailblazers and the Los Angeles Lakers. Our attention shifted to Andre Drummond being a Sacramento King, Kristaps Porzingis. Basically, we've been fighting for the last hour and 18 minutes. Just Kenny against the chat, me against the chat. We had a text here or a tweet, excuse me, that I wanted to read because text lines are played out. We use tweets and we use the YouTube chat here. Kings need to get it. This is from my man James. Kings need to get a defensive-minded starting center if Bagley is in the long-term plans. If we end up keeping Holmes, we need to get a backup center with some size.
Man, they got a backup center with size right now.
Who?
Damian Jones. It's like 7'1". No, maybe not that tall. He's 7 feet.
Yeah.
Now he needs to hit the weight room a little bit, but he's still a young dude.
Okay. I like what we saw from him.
I did too. I did too. I like what we saw from him, especially you talk about a backup big. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel like
places he's gone to, they try to look at him as like a starter when he was with the Warriors and stuff. It's not really him, but you put him in that backup role. I think he flourishes there.
Okay. Montrezl Harrell has that player option. It's 9 and some change. You think he declines it? It did. Maybe. I don't feel like it went well.
No. It seemed like he was completely in the doghouse, and there may be a situation where he declines it and tests the free agent market. But that's another guy who's probably lost some money the last couple of years, man. Like he was hot, you know, the year him and Lou Will were doing what they did in the playoffs, and you know, between lack of production, the kind of way the way things ended with the Clippers. And then not being able to play, not even be able to get on the court for most of this series, I don't think he's as coveted as he was about two years ago.
Is, you know, again, we focus on Portland's exit meetings. I imagine the Los Angeles Lakers exit meetings are a bit interesting today here as well. Maybe we should spend a couple of minutes on the teams that actually won games last night.
Oh, interesting! What a concept.
Is Denver, like, because wherever Denver goes, meaning I rephrase that, however far Denver goes, whether it's they go to the NBA finals, lose, they go to the conference finals, lose, anything short of winning an NBA championship, they're going to have that, oh man, look at Michael Porter Jr., Nikola Jokic is the MVP. Just wait till Jamal Murray comes back. When the truth is they haven't missed a beat without Jamal Murray, and I think part of that is because Michael Porter Jr. In the way that he's played. And I hate saying things like that because it sounds like a knock on Jamal Murray. It's not. It's just Michael Porter has been able to fill that role. Michael Porter's role was a little bit different when Jamal Murray was around. Now he has there's a little bit more open space for him to get the ball. It felt like he didn't, but it felt like he took the first 20 shots of yesterday's game. There's a minute where it felt like this is NBA Jam, and I'm just giving it to the guy who's on fire. And that was Michael Porter Jr. And so I think there's going to be a caveat or not a caveat, but there's going to be a note headed into next year, where is Denver the team to beat in the West? Because I mean, the way that they played yesterday, but they've got now they've got just wait for Jamal Murray to get back now that they've got, deep playoff experience or whatever. And
look, they could be that type of team. Now with Jamal Murray, and you're 100% right what you're saying. I understand it. Jamal Murray is going to be out from half the season next year. So it's going to be.
And this is a team that's playoff tested too. It's not like their first playoff win was or series win was yesterday.
Right. So, yeah, I was trying to think, as you say, the team that's maybe the favorite in the West. And you're right.
Hell, I'm trying to figure out the favorite in the West next year. I don't know who the favorite in the West is right now.
We talked about it a couple of times and we dismissed them a couple of times. Is it the Utah Jazz?
I don't know why I can't.
In there, they kind of look a little different.
Donovan Mitchell is, facts. They do look different. They do look different. I mean, he missed 17 games. Before the 17 game, it's not like I wasn't all in on Utah in the 17 games. I was like, no, that's fine. It's fine that they're going to be the top seed in the West. Like, I don't know why I can't dive into that team. Maybe because it's Utah. It's not sexy.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think Utah or Denver is sexy. Phoenix is sexier to me. Yeah. I don't know why Utah and Denver don't have that appeal. But Donovan Mitchell does. Michael Porter Jr. absolutely does. Nurkic, I mean, can't knock the way that the dude plays. He's good. I don't know what else to say. He's really freaking good.
Yeah.
But I don't sit down and go, oh man, what time? Holy crap, I'm missing the start of Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I've got to sit down and see this.
Yeah. I mean, last night he had some big shots, man. He had a couple of three late. That was big time. Is about as big as it gets.
Don't tell anyone, because this will spoil the narrative.
Okay.
In fact, he had a couple of big shots the other night too. I know that those didn't go out on the highlights, and it's not what nobody was having spiritual experiences over him. Nikola Jokic had some really big shots in that double overtime game.
Yeah.
It destroys the narrative, but that happened. He hits big shots. Like, they're not from 40 feet out, but he just quietly goes about his business. And then stop asking him to do post-game interviews, man. Like, he is the smile. Like, crack a joke, do something.
Austin Rivers, please. At this point.
Yeah, you make your jokes about Austin Rivers.
Playing well.
Not only playing well, I was reminded of this last night on the broadcast. I completely forgot. He signed a 10-day contract. That's how he wound up on the team. Like, he signed a 10-day, and has become an important part of what they're doing in this postseason. So good for him.
Good for Austin Rivers. And now, who they're going to play? Phoenix. Maybe he'll try and guard Devin Booker, and they'll have to pray to the heavens when he's guarding him too. Speaking of.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Go ahead. You take it. Oh, my gosh.
Last night. Oh, man. As Big Sean would say. Oh, God. That man came out from the jump and just said, we ain't going to Phoenix for no game 7.
You talk about
Lakers are hobbled. They're hobbled. They're injured. First of all, AD can't guard me. I'm going to get him out of the game. And then I'm just going to rain threes on their head until they say no mas.
It was funny.
Closeout game.
We were talking about the shrug. What was it, 6 threes in the store? How many threes in the first half did Devin Booker hit yesterday? How did no one tell him
in the first quarter?
How did no one tell him, hey fam, it's the anniversary of the shrug? Look at I don't know who was, I can't remember who was on the call. Look at, or they probably weren't even there. Look at somebody and shrug. You got to do it. It'll be historic. It'll live forever. On the day of the 1992 shrug, Devin Booker went 8 of 10 from 3.
Woo.
Dude,
that boy was cooking. He was cooking from the jump. What a performance, man, in a closeout game.
And think about what we're talking about right now. Devin Booker. Talk about what Michael Porter Jr. did on the other end. You mentioned Donovan Mitchell a couple minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Man, there are some superstars in this league that aren't named. The LeBron James and Kyrie's and Hardens and the whole Brooklyn Nets roster. They're still there. But man, this league is in good hands right now with some great ball players.
The young boys are serving notice. The young boys are serving notice. The guys that you mentioned, and we didn't even get into Luka and Trae Young, what they're doing.
Yeah.
So the young boys are serving notice that we're here. We're here. Now, did you have a problem with some of the antics that happened at the end of the game with Devin Booker and Jay Crowder? And I had a problem with that.
Absolutely not. You just beat the defending champions.
I don't know.
I don't have a problem with it
I don't
at
know
all.
why Jay Crowder salsa danced, but yeah. And
I don't know why he salsa danced either, but I thought I think it was an Instagram post was funny. It was I don't know if you saw it. It's like Jay Crowder in the background of it looked like it was a LeBron James picture, but he used what was the tweet? Not as fun when the rabbit got the gun. Like I remember when LeBron tweeted that, it was like, what is that even? Is that a Looney Tunes reference? This is a Space Jam? Like, what is that?
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
And he posted that and, like on to the next one or something like that. And I was like, that's solid work from Jay Crowder right there. But the thing that I love the most, you talk about all those different antics. The thing that I loved the most was Devin Booker post game going, yeah, no, we're happy, but we're not celebrating. Our goal wasn't to win the first round series.
All right.
Our goal is to win the NBA championship.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like. And it just, you look at it again, you look at these games happening within hours of each other. Devin Booker, Michael Porter Jr., they opened in near identical fashion. Those two games opened in near identical fashion from those two players. And of course, me being a jerk, I just kept looking at it going like, got to get De'Aaron Fox in the playoffs.
Got to, man.
De'Aaron Fox in the playoffs, man.
This is a guy in De'Aaron Fox who in the second half of the season, he averaged 25 and 7 for the entire season. In the second half of the season, he turned that to 28 and 7. 28 points a game over like a span of like 30 something games. The only thing missing is the platform. That's the only thing missing is the platform. And he has to be there next year. He has to be there.
If De'Aaron wasn't on the Kings, or if the Kings were much better, he would have gotten Dame levels of attention during that stretch. He would have he would have been first take fodder for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks while he was playing like that up until the COVID diagnosis. But when you're on a bad team, you don't get that same love.
No.
And it's just, as I watch these young stars on it feels like a night to night basis, whether it's, Donovan Mitchell, the night before, or it's the guys we saw last night, Devin Booker, you mentioned Trae and Luka as well. I keep watching it like, man, De'Aaron's in this conversation. De'Aaron's in this conversation. He just can't be while he's sitting at home. He can't be while his team isn't playing.
And like I always say, if I'm him, I'm running hot right now. I'm running hot because this is where I need to be. This is the next step in my career. Being able to do what I did in the regular season on the postseason platform. And I'd be hot right now. Like what do I say all the time? I'd be on edge. Probably till the playoffs were done. I'd be on edge if I was Fox.
You'd be unbearable is what you're saying. You'd be absolutely unbearable. Yeah. I loved seeing Devin Booker at this point too, because there was always so much talk about him and the type of player that he was, and now that he's got a playoff team to showcase how great that he is. Because to me, it was always like, how are you gonna be that great It's what people are going to say about De'Aaron Fox. How are you so good? How are you in this conversation when your team is perpetually awful? And Devin Booker is phenomenal, and his team now is phenomenal. And all of this on a rough night from DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
Rough night in the sense it felt like he was never involved.
Right.
Not necessarily that he played bad, just it didn't feel like he was involved.
Now, I will say this. There was a moment in that fourth quarter. Lakers cut it to 10. And I think it was a Devin Booker turnover or something like that. And I said, these boys about to blow it. These boys about to blow it. And then came the game changer. We talk about Devin Booker. He was amazing, 47 points. Jay Crowder hit some huge shots. Cam Johnson hit some huge shots. Those boys were balling. But when it started to get a little fuzzy, it started to get a little funny in the light. That man, CP3. Lakers cut it to 10. CP3 comes down, gets a little floater in the lane, gets back into the lane, kicks it out to Cam Johnson. He hits a 3. Gets back into the lane, kicks it out to Mikal Bridges. He hits a 3. And then sizes, I forgot who was guarding him, probably Wesley Matthews, sizes him up at the top of the key, knocks down the jump shot. Timeout Lakers, 17-point lead for the Phoenix Suns, and they never look back. Chris Paul didn't have a huge game, but in the pivotal moment of the game last night, in my opinion, he came in, he showed up, he showed out, he got it back in control for Phoenix. That's invaluable right there. That's invaluable.
Yeah, shot wasn't falling for him in his 28 minutes, but he was able to get 12 assists along with what he was doing. And I think the best indication of how rough he's feeling right now, he didn't have a steal last night. I don't think he's had a steal in 3 games. It just kind of gives you an idea of how rough he's in. And hopefully, I hope he can. I don't know how close to 100% he could possibly get, but I hope these next few days do a lot for him and getting him ready for the next series. We mentioned Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder picked a good night to have his best game with Chris Paul's shot not falling, DeAndre Ayton not really being involved. Jay Crowder had 18 points last night. You mentioned Mikal Bridges and the way that he played as well. So a really, really good outing from the Phoenix Suns. And, we spent time talking about the Lakers. We spent time talking about the Blazers. The Denver Nuggets roll along here, man. And I just can't help if that's Michael Porter Jr., boy, oh boy, this Denver Nuggets team is going to be something in the years to come. And I feel like people have been saying that for a long time. But I remember when the Nuggets were good when they drafted Michael Porter Jr. And there was always this belief like, man, if this kid turns into a fraction of what they thought he was going to be before that injury in college, he could be this could be one of the greatest steals in draft history. Well, we're starting to see that emerge a little bit, but the question will now be like, we had fun with the Danny Ainge, Brad Stevens stuff. And, I think it was in TNT was like, Tatum and Brown can't play together. Okay. I find that silly, but okay. Tatum and Brown can't play together. Fine. Does this mean Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. can't play together?
I don't think so. I think this is more so Michael Porter growing up, stepping up, and taking the opportunity to showcase his skills a little bit more. And now when Jamal Murray comes back, he'll be a little bit more ready to do that. So I think that's more so what it is than him kind of being held back because Murray was there. The young guy, he's still trying to find the ropes, understand the game a little bit.
Is next year the year that Michael Porter Jr. is better than Jamal Murray? Well, that's not fair because Jamal Murray's going to miss a chunk of next season. Yeah. I think where we are with this team now is Michael Porter Jr. is going to ascend, and now it's going to be Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., and Jamal Murray is going to be the third man. Jamal Murray is the Kevin Love. Jamal Murray is the Chris Bosh. And I don't know that he's as good as either of those two guys were when those teams were formed. But coming off of this injury, I think this is where we see Michael Porter Jr. Kind of ascend as that star and really the second player on this Denver Nuggets team.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
And that's tough for Jamal Murray because he's injured, like, and he's coming back from injury. 916. It's he could be the same type of player. He could be coming back to an entirely different world.
This is true.
Like, Jamal Murray comes back, how are you going to take the in Michael Porter Jr. is if he continues to ascend, if he continues to play well during the playoffs, and now he's got an off season where he's feeling good. He knows he's going to be a primary guy next year because Jamal Murray is not going to be back at the start of the season. He's going to be coming back to an entirely different Denver Nuggets team. He's going to be coming back to an entirely different hierarchy within that group. 916-349-1320. Big Al always finds a way to work the Lakers into his call, but it's appropriate today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And no surprise, I had talked to you guys 2-3 months ago. The injury. In fact, I did some reading. I had forgotten his injury because basically LeBron has not had bad injuries his whole career. Mm-hmm. This is clearly the most time he had ever lost in his whole NBA career. So whether he comes back was nice, refreshing. And then, you read all of it. You talked about it. I missed that. But, they just were compromised coming out of the bubble process with such little rest time for the guys of that, with a damaged kind of AD. So, not surprising. Plus, they got a couple of garbage players. I hate to say it that way. I don't like to call human beings garbage, but Pelinka's got work to do. Just like your Sacramento Kings have work to do in rebalancing your lineup. Yeah.
I hate to call human beings garbage, but they're kind of garbage. Big Al sounded distraught today. I don't really like Big Al distraught.
It was a rough night. The Lakers, the Lake Show, not only are no longer the defending champions, but the run might be over. This particular one might be over.
I got a question for you. We'll pose it to Marshall Harris here in just a minute, but I want to read you this Twitter response from Kevin. Kevin, in response to Marcus Smith, put the tweet up of about Andre Drummond and the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. He wrote, no. Please no. Drummond is the last thing we need on this team. Really? Like the last thing?
Okay.
I'm fascinated.
I don't understand it.
I'm fascinated.
Even
Drummond is the last thing we need on this team.
Even I don't want Kristaps Porzingis on the squad. But I could say, look, this is a team that won 31 games this year. They ain't turning away nobody. To be honest, you can't. You ain't on no kind of top level where you can say, we don't need this guy. Just be blindfolded in a cigarette and a prayer. We're trying to get out of here. You keep opening up doors until you get one that works. If Porzingis
ain't got room to be picky.
If Porzingis got traded to the Kings, I'd be like, dang, I wouldn't do that. But let's see what he can do, because what we got ain't working.
31, 33, and 36
Oof.
million next 3 years. Player option. That 36 million is a player option, which I believe he's already opted in. He's already said, "Oh, I'm taking that."
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
That's me. That's all. But all me, player.
2 years away. You don't have to. No.
That's all me, player. All of it. Give me all that. Just go ahead, pencil it into the books. I'm taking that one. And you can tell whoever you're trying to trade me to, I'm taking my option. Tell them I'm opting in immediately.
Gerard, he brought up another trade that we've heard. Well, somebody that's on the block, Miles Turner. Mm-hmm. There's rumors that he's being shopped by Indianapolis or Indiana. How you like him?
Yeah. I like it.
He
doesn't
doesn't he?
But he doesn't fit your league wide trade proposal.
No, he ain't getting that.
He's not that player. No. But is he there's the player that we're talking about, the Chris Webber, the all-star. There's the game changer that we're talking about, and then there's additions to the roster. Mm-hmm. What we're talking about is additions to the roster.
Yeah, and that he's like you said, he's not the Weber type deal. I don't think so. A lot of talent. He's been talented for a long time. I just think he has injury issues, and I don't know if it's injuries or what the reason is with not playing him in Indiana. But yeah, I don't know.
Host of the Locked On Kings podcast asks, Miles Turner upgrade over Rashawn Holmes or not?
I think he's a skilled offensive player. I do.
Better defender?
I don't. Well, he might be. Well, if he's better skilled on offense and he's a better defender, maybe he is just an overall upgrade.
Yeah, because you just named two things he's better than Rashawn Holmes at. That would make him an upgrade. How's his energy? We need energy. We need fire. We need passion. This team is kind of dry of it.
Yeah.
Has Miles got that?
Miles got a little.
I like Miles Turner though.
I feel like Rashawn got a little more there though.
Okay,
I think Rashawn a little more fiery.
Okay,
on the court.
All right. I think first time all day, hour 42 minutes into the show. Thanks, Matt. We found something that fans are in on. Well, actually, Matt threw in the Rashawn line, but yeah. I don't remember who it was who threw in the Miles Turner proposal. But Gerard.
Fun stuff out here all day. This one finally sticks. Good job.
Hey, there you go. That piece of spaghetti is done. Marshall Harris' time at CBS Sacramento is done. That was a transition I did not want to make, man. But he's in Chicago. He gave us that news. Yeah, he broke it on Twitter.
Yeah, he didn't break it here.
Which was
couldn't he waited a day?
I was thinking, probably could have waited a day. But also probably not, given the fact he's in Chicago right now. And he's going to join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You already know what it is, baby. It's Friday. We've got happy hour with Nick DePaula coming up at the 3 o'clock hour, and that's brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We've already seen the pictures all over social media today. People ready to get their happy hour started. People ready to get their weekend started. And why not get it started with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin? The smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor hits every single time. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And that's what we mean when we say we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Get yours today. You can have it delivered to you at drizzly.com or while you're out and about running your errands or whatever it may be, picking up your groceries. Stop at your favorite retailer. Check for that McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. If it's one of the many places around the region that have sold out, no problem. Let me know. Let Kenny know. We'll let Black Bottles 916 know. We'll get the re-up immediately, and you'll have McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin in your hands by the weekend, man. That's how we roll. When you pour that first cocktail, tag us on Instagram at DLKC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We want to see what you're sipping on all weekend long. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for this Brazilian gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. DLKC reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Saw Cam Newton left practice early.
Uh-oh.
He's getting his wrist looked at.
Oh, man.
Good question, JH. What is his trade value?
They seem to be eager to move on from him, so...
Well, we're talking trades, though, Andrew. Trades, you got to free up space. Buddy.
Do you think Buddy has more value than Bagley?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that one.
Well, fine. What you want to do, fight about it?
Yeah.
Might as well. We've been fighting for the last hour and 45 minutes. I mean, I don't feel like Marvin Bagley has value.
I think he's got value.
Yeah, I want to.
Although, they couldn't trade him to Detroit, so maybe he doesn't have value.
I need 1 second. 1 second, Casey. I'm going to disconnect.
It's just me in this corner with KC.
Iron Mike Tyson. I think I could beat Mike Tyson.
Documentary things. I didn't see him.
Yeah, me too. There he is. Look at that. Let's get that vertical off. There's my mans and them. Look at that. Hold on, let me get you potted up. What's up, buddy?
Can you hear me okay this week?
Oh, man, you sound fantastic.
That's all I need to hear. I'm good.
To me.
Yeah, y'all chilling? Y'all cool?
We good, man. We good, baby.
Man, what's up with your Marshall Harris?
Just trying to be on y'all's level, you know what I'm saying? Trying to be like y'all when I grow up, you know?
Come on now. You in Chi-Town, baby.
I am in Chi-Town.
It's Big 3, right?
It is blazing here, by the way.
That's me.
Unbeatable gas mileage.
Excellent.
Oh, come on, rookie.
ESPN.
I was gonna say that's always ESPN that gets you every time. Chicago's Big 3, right? Is that 3? Is Chicago 3? Market 3?
3.
3. You're right.
Yeah.
I had to do the math.
Hang on 1 second, guys. Happy hour with Nick DePaula coming up at 3 o'clock. We're happy to bring in our friend now of CBS Chicago.
Yo, chill. I am still at CBS Sacramento.
You didn't even give us 2 weeks notice, man. You gave us like a 9-day notice.
Come on, man.
Oh, okay.
We ain't even got time to plan the party. Like we were about to plan a Marshall going away party that Marshall ain't even going to be at.
Well, that's all part of the plot of the movie, House Party 5. It's all part of the plot. We got 7 days to get this party off.
I'm just happy to be here with you guys on a Friday. You know, I'm about to get out to happy hour in a minute, but you know, before I do that, I need to get with y'all.
You're going to get out to happy hour because you're in Chicago. You're a couple hours ahead of us.
That's factual.
This is why we say he's not going to be here every week. Because there's going to be happy hour out there. And he's like, oh, I know I'm supposed to be with y'all this week, but look, I'm over here right now. I'll get at you next week.
We went over this earlier, Marshall. We know long distance relationships are tough. We know Bilo and JC out there in Chicago are going to get your attention and they're going to be like, hey, Marshall, why don't you come hang out with us? And we're going to have to watch you fall in love on social media. It's going to hurt a little bit, but it's going to be one of those things. Oh, we just wish you well. We hope the best for you, but like, we're going to see it and it's going to be a kick in the gut. It's going to be tough.
It's not going to be a kick in the gut. I'm going to be with you in spirit. Even if I'm not there physically, I'll be with you in spirit.
Now, and we kind of did the math here. This is it. This is the last weekly appearance. Like I'm assuming you probably got to pack something next Friday. You've got your last show Sunday. Then you gone 2 days later. This is it.
No. I'll be here next week.
It's the last dance. Okay, next week is the last dance.
Next week can be the last dance. Next week can be the last dance.
Now, not to get all into your business, are you driving to Chicago when you leave?
No. What are you talking about?
Well, you're moving to Chicago.
Okay,
like,
Kenny.
When people move.
Let me explain this to you, Kenny. There will be professionals who come and get my things out of my apartment. And then another group of professionals will come and get my car and load that up. And then those things will be gone. And then I'll get on a plane and go to LA and be gone for 4 or 5 days. And then I'll eventually go meet up with my parents. And then that's where my car is getting shipped to. Because I don't even know if I'm going to use a car in Chicago, to be honest with you. I've been walking around all day. It's a beautiful, walkable city. You know, the L runs, you know, public transportation. You know what I was thinking about today? I was like, you know, every time I go to the gym, you know, I work out down at Capital Athletic Club. There's a little tram looking thing that runs by there, like right around, you know, what is that, Q Street? Pete? No, it's R Street, O Street.
Is that literally light rail you're talking about?
Yeah, the little thing on O Street that just I saw a lot of those today, but they were bigger and they were louder and they were slightly more powerful.
Poor light rail. Called it a tram.
So can you I mean, can you share a little, like, how did this all come about? Like, how did you wind up in Chicago? I mean, CBS is the same family.
Yeah, basically, I was asking around for the last year or so, just trying to find out what other opportunities are there. What might take me to another place that I'm not at right now. I enjoy Sacramento. I came to Sacramento with a very specific purpose. I wanted to build out local sports programming and give people who wanted to tune into that something to watch. And I felt like that mission was accomplished. For over a decade, CBS 13, KOVR did not have a sports department. And what we leave now is, as you guys know, because you have participated in regularly scheduled sports programming every Sunday night, 11:30 to midnight. And then out of NFL games on Sundays, out of March Madness, out of different things, we give you more sports. We're just here to give you more. And I feel like we did that. So I was looking for my next big challenge. And it's something similar here in Chicago where sports hasn't been at the forefront at the station I'm going to, but we're trying to bring it there. And it's clearly a sports city with the White Sox, the Cubs, the Bears, the Blackhawks. Who am I missing? Oh, the Bulls. And I say that NBA team for you guys. And it's going to be interesting to see, what happens with those teams specifically. And I'm just here to enjoy the journey, and see what we can do to help bring that passionate fan base out, get them foaming at the mouth, like I think we've tried to do in Sacramento. I mean, they're foaming at the mouth for a different reason in Sacramento, but same physical reaction, perhaps.
Our Andre Drummond signing had a lot of people foaming at the mouth earlier today.
God, don't even mention Kyle Kuzma.
Who said that?
Don't even mention Kyle Kuzma over here.
Well, we mentioned it. Andre Drummond, a potential option, is signing with, like what you need centers. You don't know what Rashawn Holmes is going to cost you. Andre Drummond, the Cleveland Cavalier and the Detroit Pistons, was pretty good. Why is it so outlandish to add him to the Sacramento Kings roster?
Does Andre Drummond give you the idea that the Kings will be a contender?
No, he's a piece that you add to the team. He's not the piece, but he's a piece that you could add.
Do you think he would be happy in that type of role in a city like Sacramento?
I think he'd be the starter here if Rashawn wasn't here.
Okay. So this is only if Rashawn doesn't come back, or you bring in Andre Drummond?
Yes.
Is that a downgraded center?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
You see, this is my point. The fact that you can't clearly say that's an upgrade. Why?
Because you might not be able to upgrade it. Like Miles Turner's an upgrade, right? You might not be able to acquire Miles Turner in a trade.
Okay, that's fair. But what I'm saying is Andre Drummond a guy who you're getting after his quote unquote prime, a guy you want to bring into Sacramento? He's
27. Like here's the question: if we lose Rashawn Holmes, is Andre Drummond an upgrade over Damian Jones?
In theory,
okay.
But
that's your option right now.
If I was the Kings, wouldn't you rather develop Damian Jones and let him play than to bring in Andre Drummond? You already know what he is.
He's 27.
I know he's 27. Is he getting any better?
He's 17 and 13.
Is he 17 and 13 on a playoff team?
History says no.
That's my point. That is my point.
What was he in Detroit when they made the playoffs? Granted, it was
the same vicinity. It was the vicinity of 17, and might have been higher.
And now Marshall and Damian, we're what you're saying makes sense, but this city, this franchise, is not in a developmental stage. It is in results need to happen now. So Damian Jones might be cool. Anybody that's starting, anybody that is getting trotted out there, getting their name called, by Scott Moak out there, it ain't we're developing him. No, this guy, whoever the 5 that are being called out there and the other 5 that get called probably to sub in, it's time to get to it's a playoff team that needs to be made.
Okay, I'm just making sure you think that Andre Drummond is a playoff piece.
Yeah, I think he's a playoff piece.
Okay,
okay. I do.
Time will tell. Look, time will tell.
8th seed, all this other stuff. You talking about a championship? Obviously, that's a different conversation. But we talking about 8th seed trying to get.
That's the problem right there. When you strive to be the 8th seed and you don't make it, you're just a non-playoff team. But if you strive to be an actual contender, even if you're not a contender, you're still going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 seed. That the mentality is broken in Sacramento.
I understand what you're saying. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. They're not there. They don't.
So how long do you want to sign Andre Drummond for?
2-3 years. They don't have the money or the space to think otherwise right now. Like they don't, unless you're if you're getting rid of Buddy Hield, if you're getting rid of Harrison Barnes for nothing, just to get rid of them, that's a developmental situation. I've said they need to get rid of one of those two for an all-star caliber player. Pascal Siakam, Sabonis, you heard the names that we've thrown out there. But those are the moves that you need to be making if you want to do that. But they don't have the flexibility to crawl before or to walk before they crawl.
I hear what you're saying. I just think you're setting yourselves and the fan base at large up for serious disappointment if your plan is Andre Drummond as the big sweeping move this offseason.
No.
Secondary move. Even if it's a secondary move.
Maybe the third move.
So what do the first two look like if that's your third move? Because it didn't sound like a third move. It sounded like a major move.
Moving on from Buddy or Harrison's contract and bringing in an all-star caliber player.
And it's all mute if you can land if Rashawn works out, or you can land Miles Turner.
Those are large ifs.
All-star
player. They are. And if you had stayed in CBS Sacramento, we wouldn't be doing this call cross country, but yet here we are. You love hyperbole. I know that's one of your favorite things. So let's talk hyperbole. Is the LeBron James era in the NBA over?
I don't even know what that question means. Are you saying, is he ever going to make it past the first round of the playoffs again?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. Is he still like the Lakers? If the Lakers are back in the finals next year, can they do it because LeBron James is the best player on the team, or does Anthony Davis have to be the best player on the team for them to get there?
I think it's a toss-up. I think either of those cases would be suitable. If they make it to the NBA Finals, LeBron was pretty doggone good.
Sure.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
So I hate to take your question and parse it apart.
That's what you do, though. That's okay. That's okay.
But if they make it to the finals, no one's complaining about LeBron's level of anything because he's how old next year? That's his
37,
38, maybe
8. That's his age 36 or 37 season, right?
Yeah.
So if he makes it to the finals, that in and of itself is like, we're good.
But I do think we're in a different spot in LeBron James's career and watching it.
Absolutely.
We're not at a stage now, and I think yesterday might have shown it, where it's like if they have the same type of regular season that they had this year, it can't be, well, they're the favorites as long as they have LeBron. Like, it's not that no more. Remember him?
He's not dragging Booby and Mo to the finals anymore.
Cleveland, where it's like, well, this roster stinks, but they got LeBron, so they got to be the favorites.
I think what we do know is without LeBron and AD, they stink, and it just reaffirms that this is a star-driven league, and you need your stars to get the job done. Unless you're Denver, then you only need some of your stars.
No, they got two of their stars.
They got 2 stars.
No, I'm saying, but like Jamal Murray, Will Barton, you can be literally missing 2/5 of your starters and be cool.
Yeah, but I don't know that those are the 2 biggest stars anymore. It's Nikola Jokic and it's Michael Porter Jr. And we were talking about this a minute ago, Marshall. You know, Jamal Murray is going to miss some time next year. When he comes back, this is going to be a different Denver Nuggets team. He may have to come back as like the third guy on this team if Michael Porter Jr. continues to play the way that he is.
And I think that's fine because I don't think it matters. I think any given night a guy can go off and that's how they're going to beat you. It's going to be Utah-ish, you know? Yes, Donovan Mitchell is their best player / Rudy Gobert. Those two guys. Those are their 2 guys. But any given night, somebody can give you 25 to 30, whether it's Clarkson, whether it's Bogdanovich. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's fine. Jamal Murray can drop 20 a game off the bench if he has to. You know, if Michael Porter Jr. starts playing defense, the Nuggets are going to be problematic for whoever they face in the 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. That's right.
Real quick, KC, you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling, along with Marshall Harris right now. KC, Marshall Harris live from Chicago right now. KC, go ahead.
Damian Lillard, the Portland Trailblazers, are they done as we know them right now? Do they need a major reconstruction to that roster?
They need major retooling. Something's got to happen with that team. I mean, the fourth quarter of last night's game was just sad. We can all agree to that, right? We had built up through three quarters, like, okay, can't wait to see what happens next. I could have waited to see what happens next on that fourth quarter. And you got to feel for Dame Lillard. He's out here trying to get his teammates involved, trying to not just be like, this is the Dame Lillard show because we can't win game after game. I'm sorry, quarter by quarter, we can't win like that. I've got to get my guys involved. And so you see what they did last night, and you're like, you know what? If Dame Lillard is fed up with this team, I can't even blame him for being fed up with his team. Terry Stotts, will he be back? Maybe, but if he's back, that means something major has changed with the roster. If he's gone, maybe somebody else comes in and deals with the roster, a la what we saw with Philadelphia, although they did make moves, smaller moves, but they did make moves between Brett Brown and, of course, Doc Rivers.
Marshall, I'm laughing, and I got this huge smile on my face because you said the triggering sentence for my partner. What did he say, Damian? What did he say that caught your ear there?
I don't know what the triggering sentence is other than Dame Lillard can't.
Oh, you got to feel for Damian Lillard.
Oh,
you got to feel for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we had about 30 minutes of Damian's going off. On
it's cute. It's adorable that everybody feels for Dame Lillard being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs for 5 years. He's been eliminated from the first round of the playoffs 5 times.
Okay, but
everybody feels for him, but Russell Westbrook, you can't win getting triple doubles because you're just going to get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. We got all these House of Highlights clips for Dame Lillard to run all over social media in a game that he lost. Oh, but we've got nothing. We've got Dame Lillard appreciation posts here following his 5th first-round playoff exit. Oh, but let's go ahead and trash Russell Westbrook for getting eliminated in the first round with the freaking Washington Wizards who were 15 games under 500. And he dragged their asses into the playoff game, won the play-in game, and then got to the first round.
Damian, I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, who's the more efficient player, Damian Lillard or Russell Westbrook?
Russell Westbrook. The answer is always Russell Westbrook.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damian, who's a worse player, Russell Westbrook or Damian Lillard?
Not Russell Westbrook. That's the answer.
Because he said the answer is always. I was going to go with your theory there on the answer is always. Look,
and I'll tell you, like I told everybody earlier, and for those who are just tuning in, 2 favorite players in the league. Russell Westbrook is number 1. Dame Lillard is number 2. Those are my 2 favorite players in the league, but y'all made me go Hollywood Hogan on Dame Lillard because you want to shower him with all of this appreciation and love. And we're having these spiritual experiences with Dame Lillard while he's out here losing. Who got a better team, Portland or Washington?
I guess Portland does, according to you.
Oh, right? Okay. According to me,
they do.
I need somebody to say Washington's better than Portland and mean it.
Who has a better higher level teammate, Damian Lillard or Russell Westbrook?
Russell Westbrook.
Okay, so we can parse this up however you want.
You Damian? Like parsing. You're a parser. Marshall Parser Harris.
I'm gonna give you a side of parsley to go with whatever it is that's got you all mad. The literal, not literal, but the hypothetical urine that was apparently in your cornflakes this morning has got you all riled up on a Friday, Damian.
I ain't riled up. I'm good. I'm talking to Marshall Harris live in Chicago. We got Nick DePaula coming up at 3 o'clock. I'm good.
How many octaves up did he go on that? When he said
that's my Kenny Caraway octaves.
That's when you know. That's when you know feeling some type of way. Trust me, I know. Okay, when the voice goes up, I know how I'm feeling when it does that.
No, look. The bottom line is this: Dame Lillard, Portland Trailblazers, things are going to have to change. Just like Washington, things are going to have to change. It's just a matter of what is going to change. I'm interested to see, just like you are, what is going to change with the well, we already seen part of what's changing with the Boston Celtics, but like there's so many teams this year that you can just be like, well, what's going to change now? The loser of the Nets-Bucks series, what's going to change? Right?
That might be one series where nothing changes.
Say it again.
That might be one series where nothing changes with the loser. There's not really much either one of them can do.
The Nets don't make it to the conference finals and nothing changes?
What's going to happen?
I don't know.
There's not much for either team to do. Those teams are kind of set for the at least next year. So I think that's just, hey, we lost. We'll see y'all again next year. And we're going to try and do this again.
Okay. So the other team that we haven't discussed, but is on the verge, when the Clippers lose, what's going to change?
Yeah, that's actually a game that we have not gotten to yet, but woo, that's an interesting one. What does change? If the Clippers lose tonight and every team that has had the chance to close out so far in this first round has done just that. So if it holds, if we go chalk tonight and the Mavericks close out, what is it? Because we already blamed Doc. Doc's in Philadelphia getting ready for the second round. So who are we going to blame for this first round playoff exit? Essentially Luka Doncic and friends.
I blame the Clippers front office because they didn't do their homework. Because if the Clippers had done their homework, they would have understood much earlier than trying to make a trade for Rajon Rondo midseason or whatever. They would have understand from jump. You have to have a true leader on a team with Kawhi Leonard in order for Kawhi Leonard to just go about his business and play basketball. Board man gets paid, all of that. In Toronto, it was Kyle Lowry. In San Antonio, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Tim Duncan. Like, you could go down the list. If you put him in as 1A, A being alpha, it's not going to end well for you. And what we're learning is him being next to Paul George, same thing. 1A, Paul George, not going to end well for you.
I think Paul George might be on the market. And I would
go get him, Zach.
A lot. That's what I'm saying. I would move a lot to go get Paul George. I'd move a lot. I got a standing proposal that I continue to have, which is Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, and 2 first-round picks for anybody that's willing to give me. I say for Siakam, I say for Sabonis, guys like that. I would probably add a 3rd first-round pick if Paul George was out there.
The Elk Grove internet is kicking you in that.
I'm about to say, I'm in a hotel and I got better internet than Kenny.
Kenny literally has
the upgrade for the hotel internet. I just got the basic residence in.
He's internet. On the guest Wi-Fi.
I'm on the guest Wi-Fi.
Come on, man. Come on.
I'm probably on my neighbor's hotspot and don't even know it.
You guys are fine. I look good. Everything looks crisp.
No, you are so wrong. You sound awful.
Like, well, I'm saying to you guys, I look at you guys, everything is good.
Well, of course.
Yeah, I look good.
I don't know what you mean.
Everything looks good on my end. I don't know what the issue is.
No, okay. It's all bad on your end. But I don't know how much you were able to make out of his Paul George. He's got a standing proposal to get Paul George here in Sacramento.
Is that feasible?
I guess it goes back to what you were saying a few minutes ago. The front office has to look at themselves and go, they didn't do their homework. They didn't get their job done. We could be looking at you talk about a blow up situation with the Portland Trailblazers. You literally you ran it back with the Clippers. And now you're staring at a first round playoff exit. Like and by the way, we've got Kawhi with the ability to leave also. So I don't really, Paul George has already signed an extension. I don't know where you're at with all this. Like, if Kawhi walks, do you keep Paul George? If Kawhi stays, do you move Paul George? Do you keep Kawhi and Paul George together?
Could Kawhi just end up on the Warriors and everybody's happy?
No, that would
not make everybody happy. That could make some people listening to this program who sign our paychecks very, very happy. But I'm sure the Warriors are trying to figure out a way to land one of those two, preferably Kawhi. I'm sure of that. Kawhi's probably going to ask if he can stay in San Diego while living in while playing for the Warriors.
Take the chopper every day.
Yeah, every day.
No, I think this offseason is going to be as fun as any. We came into this playoff saying, hey, it's going to be as wide open. But one thing I do want to remind everyone of, you guys, but really the listeners at large, is if these series do play out the way we think they're going to play out with teams closing out, it's not like the higher seed is losing any of the series we're talking about. What happened in the regular season, and these are the consequences of the regular season.
Yeah, that's a great call right there. what's your first? Do you know your first order of business in Chicago? Do you get to go meet like Justin Fields or like what do you do? Are you're tracking the quarterback battle between Justin Fields and Andy Dalton?
I will be definitely. I'm starting right when training camp starts up. Basically, I start next month. July 13th is my first day. So yeah, that's pretty much the order of business. Justin Fields. It's interesting because I know a lot of people who listen to this particular program or people who maybe even host this program would be panicking if Justin Fields was in a San Francisco 49ers uniform right now.
Ooh. Oh, no. Not on this show.
Oh,
we love Justin Fields. Oh, no. We were elated when the Bears traded up to get him.
Yeah, no,
we're Justin Fields guy.
And if he was in San Francisco, it'd be the same type of reaction.
Yep.
Okay. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I was wrong. That was my bad. I apologize. Okay, we good?
We good. Okay. We good,
Hopefully
man.
you roll on that because that doesn't happen very often.
I'm keeping. Well, yeah, we're running. Jesse, cut that clip for the Twitter highlight.
Yes,
no context. I just want the part of Marshall apologizing over and over and over again about him being wrong. Just cut that, and we'll put that out there. Next Friday, The Last Dance. You sure you want to do this?
Why not?
I feel like you probably got things to do next Friday.
It's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes out of my day. It'll give me a break. If I'm packing, it'll give me a break from the packing. Always enjoy visiting you. I love reading the comments just as much as I love visiting with you. Like this is something I'm going to sorely miss when I pick up and move.
All right. It's The Last Dance with Marshall Harris. 1 week from today. Marshall Harris will be with us before his final show with CBS Sacramento and then heading off to Chicago. We're thrilled for you, brother. We're so happy for you, and we're looking forward to next week.
And hopefully, by then, Kenny can get his contract with cricket done.
I wouldn't count on it. Been waiting for that since August 17th. We'll be back with more D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, man, you might have to do a hard reset, KC.
Let me get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, go do a hard reset. Yeah, he's just gonna have to shut that thing down. We got Nick DePaula coming on at 3:00, which means we do just like you, where we run it. It all runs through me. We've been trying to get it fixed for months, but it just I don't know. I guess it's the area that he's in. It's brutal.
He's in Elk Grove, right?
Yeah.
I feel for you because I know you've been doing this for a long time.
Since August, yeah.
Yes. So I feel for you. But good to come on with you guys. I want y'all to have a great weekend, and I will see you guys next week.
All right. Thanks, brother. Have fun in Chicago.
I will. I will oblige you. Thank you.
I got you. Thanks, man. Marshall Harris there. Oh man. I know. Nah, that's for real. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll certainly do it like Bears, 49ers. Anytime there's a big, we'll make sure Marshall is a part of the show. No 10-part series tomorrow. No 10-part series next week. I mean, but we'll plan something. I've already got some ideas. I got some ideas, man. We'll plan something. It'll be fun. It'll be fun for sure. Oh man. Okay. I mean, can we get to that number anyways, and then preferably well past it? Facts. I learned that myself. I had to change my whole internet setup because my download speed was ridiculous. Upload speed, trash. I gave, these Orbi joints. I gave Kenny my old Orbi joint. Now, if y'all know what those Orbis are, I gave it to him. I don't even think he's hooked it up. I swear to God, I don't think he's hooked it up. And literally, one of the people who are in here every single day works and could help my man out. But nope, here he is. Kenny Carrot, connect back to the Comrex. Get back on the Comrex.
Oh.
Dude, that's for real. That's an old school reference. Only a handful of people will get it, but yeah, that's legit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I was smiling back to Manny. Bring one of the boxes, yes. Bring one of the boxes.
You look better.
Hey, appreciate you, Westbrook. Got Dame. If you ever make a move out here to Elk Grove,
Apparently I can't because we can't have two people's internet not working.
You ever make a move out here to Elk Grove, there'll be something waiting for you over here somewhere. There'll be something waiting for you over here, man. Come on, man. Mailman just came by. I got something waiting for you out here, man.
Wait, come on now.
We come to Elk Grove, man.
What's that?
I got my people. My people know who Damian Barling is. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, yeah, man. So if you ever come to Elk Grove, man, come on, man.
So that's what we're doing, huh? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. That's cool.
They'll be here.
That's dope. Yeah, it's a mesh network. That's what it is. I think that's what it's called, right? A mesh network.
And where Manny at? Manny talked yesterday. What's wrong with Manny? What are you talking about? Manny, what you talking about, man?
You can't get that Orbi hooked up, or it just didn't help?
No, couldn't get hooked up. The people I talked to at Xfinity were no help. So it's one of those things.
Manny,
I walked away from it. I was like, let me come back when I'm a little calmer because it didn't make no damn sense. I should be able to do it myself. I go through all the steps and it's like, all right, cool. Like I'm going through it. I take the picture of the serial code, all that other stuff. Don't.
Dennis Schroeder said the Lakers got some unfinished business and he wants to re-sign with the team. Okay.
Are we all finished?
Oh, no, not that one.
Good.
This one.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. We'll see how that works out for you, Schroeder. Maybe they re-sign him. Like, who knows? Let's, while we're laughing at stuff, did you catch Shaq lying to everybody last night? This is absolutely so they're playing the clip of the Kobe alley-oop, the Portland play.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most rerun plays.
Yeah.
And Shaq just starts lying for no damn reason. And everybody knows it.
This is June 4th. The past Kobe, since we are actually June 4th now, Kobe to Shaq.
The past Kobe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not sure. They're showing the play. Here. Obviously, this doesn't translate on the radio at all.
As you look back at that video?
No, I was just remembering. It was
who are you pointing to?
Oh, Sharif, because he was 2 at the time, and he said, "Daddy, win." I didn't even know he could talk.
What's up?
No, I'm serious.
You knew he could talk.
Because
your son could talk. You lived in the house with him. You knew your son could talk.
Wait, was he at the game?
Listen,
come on.
Was he at the game?
Can I finish?
Shaq knows he's busted now.
You just trying to make a real great story that wasn't. Then you just realize how crazy that sounds.
Listen,
I'm just trying to go down memory lane with you on the play. I didn't even know he could talk.
As you know, when I come in the house, I'm real playful with the kids. So it's we just so like right before the game, he just came and grabbed me. He's like, "Daddy, win for me," and it was like, "You speaking sentences?" Like I didn't know, he spoke in sentences.
So his first words, sentence, first sentence was, "Daddy, win for me."
So anyway,
I don't know that I'm buying any of this story.
Is that what I said, Kenny?
Yeah, that's what you said.
I said his first words is that. Put words in my mouth again. That's not what I said.
He's standing up like he's gonna fight somebody.
No. Say it again.
Wait, you just said you never heard him speak.
I never heard him speak in perfect sentences.
Right, okay. So that's his first sentence.
His first sentence.
First sentence.
Daddy, win for me. I need a new car.
Sharif, text me. By the way, back me up, Sharif.
So 2 things. One, Shaq ain't told a lie that big since he was on SportsCenter saying he's the Sacramento Kings partial owner. 2, Sharif
knew that was coming.
Sharif was like 2 months old. Like nobody could check on the internet to see when Sharif was born. Sharif was like 2 months old. Out here telling everybody that he up here, daddy win for me. Like, what do you? It's a who was it? He must have been pointing at someone he wasn't supposed to be pointing at. Like, I ain't gonna get in trouble for that. Ex-wife sitting there like, what do you mean he was pointing at Sharif? We was by the court.
Right.
The reason Sharif must have been up there is because he was 2 months old. He was in the box. They didn't want to have some little kid down there at the court. Shaq just up there lying for no damn reason.
Oh man!
Wow, I loved it. I loved it. Even Ernie was like, I don't believe a single. I don't believe this at all.
Now look here, maybe maybe I'm in the minority now. I still love that show. I love those stupid moments
TNT?
like that.
Oh yeah.
People
TNT
get so upset
great.
at moments like that, and Chuck the other night and all this other stuff. What did Jay-Z once say? It's only entertainment.
No, I ain't upset with that. No, that's fine.
Not you, but I'm just saying, like, people on his head about that.
He's just a liar. That's all I'm saying. He's just lying. Like, y'all want to believe he the owner of the Kings. He up there telling lies about his kids. Jeez, man. And then you know he got super defensive and started standing up. Is that what I said? Y'all gonna let me finish? like nobody on that set thinks you're gonna fight, Shaq. Like, sit down, knock it off. But it's funny, and I'm here for. And the best that was. You gotta see the video. Night. He knows he's lying. He knows he's caught, but he's like, I'm gonna run with it. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna tell the rest of this story until I can attempt to make it some sense.
There was so many crazy things going on there. First of all, so Sharif was 2 months old in reality.
I think that's what I saw.
2 years old.
I thought I saw he was 2 months old.
Either one of them was crazy. Either one of them was crazy. Number one, if he's 2 months old and saying, "Daddy, go win for me," I mean, that's just ridiculous. And then if he's 2 years old and he said, "I didn't even know he could talk," Shaq, he's 2 years old. What do you mean you didn't know your son could talk at 2 years old?
Sharif was born. Or maybe he was 2. What year was that, alley-oop?
2000.
Sharif, yeah. Okay, so Sharif was born on January 11th in the year 2000. So that means he was about
so
6 months.
Yeah.
6 months. Not even 6, because that would be June. Yeah, about 5 or 6 months. Daddy win for me. God bless it, man. Goodness gracious. Sharif, text me. Back me up.
I was pointing at him. I was pointing at him, and I said, "Gotta win this one for Sharif," because he said earlier in the day, and I didn't even know he could talk. Daddy, win this one for me. So
there's gonna be
that's what I did.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna start a 10-part podcast series. Who was Shaquille O'Neal pointing at? Faithful alley-oop.
Like you said, it might not have been Shawnee.
There's a right. That might be why there is no longer any Shaq and Shawnee. There's a great clip too, because he's pointing, he's running, and again, I imagine he's pointing to his family who's in a box seat because his son is 6 months old. But Ty Lue comes out of nowhere. He's pointing, Shaq's pointing, and Ty Lue like high tens him. He like jumps up and high tens him. It's like, oh, Ty Lue was taking L's even back then. Jeez. Ty Lue ain't done nothing but lose in Los Angeles. That's awful.
Oh, he's a 3-time NBA champion.
Yeah, but he got stepped over and he had the awkward high five.
Yeah.
And I like Ty Lue. That was bad host. I need to get my juice. I'm entering that stage. I'm entering that. I
gotta get going before Nick gets in.
I do. Yes, indeed.
People here in my city, in my beloved city of Sacramento, California, they're not going to like this. But a hell of a moment. That
don't matter. That was against Portland. That was a great moment.
That Kobe to Shaq alley-oop, that was an all-timer. And Staples Center went crazy. We could see it because there was no theater lighting, but they went nuts. And it was like, I was in Sacramento at the time, I wasn't in LA, but you just understand, what 12 years meant for that franchise, and we're talking about championships, not playoffs. 12 years without a championship meant for that franchise. And then to get that Kobe to Shaq alley-oop as a sign of like, oh, we're back, we're finally achieved it. They exploded in the Staples Center. I love that moment. I really do. I don't love the Lakers. I don't love that it was them, but just the sports aspect of it, that was crazy to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one of those. That's one of those great moments for sure that gets rerun. The atmosphere is a part of it. The fact that it's Kobe and Shaq is a part of it. They were down 17.
Wow.
Entering that fourth quarter.
That's what you don't get over if you're a Portland Trailblazer fan.
The Trailblazers got a lot of games that they don't get over. When we talk about the shrug game, that series against the Bulls, they were up big in Game 6 in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's again, if you've watched Airtime as many times as Kenny and I have, he talks about, who was it? I think it was like Bobby Hansen or something.
Hansen buckets.
Hitting the corner three and cutting the lead down, and John Paxson and all these guys leading them back. Michael Jordan, I was playing garbage. I looked at Phil and put me in. And went in there and again, I think it was, I don't know if it was high as 17. I do feel like it was like 16 points.
Yeah.
They were up by, and
work.
Chicago took it all back, and Jordan closed it.
Mike stole the ball from Buckworth and put the ball and smacked Buckworth in the chin while he did it, and then grabbed it, dunked. Crowd went crazy. Yeah.
Is that the one where he forearmed it out, or was that
no,
Utah?
One,
he forearmed one out. Okay,
that might have been Utah, because this one, I keep saying Buckworth. It was Kevin Duckworth. Was the center. Buck Williams is who he did that play to.
Mm-hmm.
So I confused the two.
You combine the two. That's clever work.
But Buck Williams gets the rebound, and then Jordan comes from like out of nowhere and pokes it up, and it smacks Buck Williams all in the chin. Jordan gets the ball, dunks it. Chicago Stadium goes crazy.
Chicago Stadium.
I need to watch Airtime again.
Chicago Stadium. I think it's on Amazon Prime.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I got the Ultimate Jordan DVD, even though I don't think I have a DVD player in this house.
Well, you got a video game console, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I don't have any of those joints.
Yeah, I looked at Phil and I said, okay.
Put me in. Let's go.
Put me in.
Marshall brought this up. We hadn't really talked about it. There's a game tonight. It's the Mavs and the Clippers.
Only one game too. They got center stage.
That's it. And I think it's just one game tomorrow, right? Bucks and Nets.
One game on Saturday too.
Yeah.
Potentially one game on Sunday.
And it's that time of year.
Yeah.
It's that time of year. It's exciting, but there's not as much basketball to watch, and it's going to get less and less and less as we move forward. Entering this season, 211 best of 7 series have been tied at 2. The Game 5 winner has gone on to win the series 82% of the time, according to ESPN's BPI. Game 6 is nearly a coin flip, with Dallas at 50.4% favored to win. Caesar Sportsbook, they've got the Clippers is 2.5 points favorite. So this is an interesting one where the road team has won the first 5 games of this series. From Elias, in NBA postseason history, the road team has never won the first 6 games of the series. That doesn't count anything last year. The bubble, where you were the road team, but you were really the road team.
Right.
In uniform, in uniform only.
I ain't gonna call it fake. I'm not gonna do it.
You want to say it? You want to? It doesn't even matter.
I saw people doing that last night. Lakers won a championship last year. I'm not gonna go that far. Like,
the Lakers,
that's a championship. Like, relax. But it was different. That's all I'm gonna say. It was a different situation. This is back to real playoff basketball.
The Lakers were favored to win a championship beginning last year. They won a championship. It's hard to diminish that when you are labeled the team that's supposed to win and you wind up winning. It's hard to diminish that, at least in my eyes.
And I'm not going to do it, but I mean,
you keep saying you're not going to do it, but you do it.
I'm just telling you the circumstances.
We know the circumstances.
And it wasn't real playoff basketball.
You're as scattered as your internet connection right now. Let's focus on the Clippers and the Mavericks tonight. Who you got? Is this ending?
I think it's ending. I
don't think you picked wrong yet. At
surprised.
least, well, no, you got the Portland one wrong, but
Minor details.
I mean, one out of all these series, not bad.
And I potentially got the series wrong.
You potentially got the whole Western Conference wrong. If this was the NCAA tournament, this would wipe out your bracket right here. A friendly reminder: Nick DePaula going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll be commercial free from 3 to 4 as we bring back our happy hour segment brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Jenny's going to join us on the live stream on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. So as you're begrudgingly picking your hated Dallas Mavericks to win this one.
I feel like Dallas let them off with a hook the last time they came to Dallas by allowing them to win 2 games. Well, they didn't allow them, but they let them off the hook. They gave up 2 games at home, gave up home court advantage right back to the Clippers. I don't think they let them off the hook this time. I think it ends tonight. I would be surprised if the Clippers won. The other part of that is I don't know if the Clippers mentally are tough enough to go in there and win a game like this, a game 6 on the road to send back to game 7. So I'd be surprised if Dallas lost tonight.
The Clippers have been in a series in which they trailed 3-2 10 times. They're 1-9.
Oh,
yikes!
Not.
Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with this particular team. But if you look back as recently as, I don't know, last year, this team isn't particularly great in closeout games. No. And calling them not particularly great is a smidge bit of an understatement. They appear to be awful. But the caveat is they appear to be awful when they're trying to close out.
Right.
So who knows? Maybe they step up and we actually get a game 7.
What you think happens?
I can't. You're hot and you're cold. Like that. There's no in between. There's no lukewarm with the Los Angeles Clippers. It's either, ice cold. Like I can't believe they're playing this badly versus the Dallas Mavericks. Oh, there they are. Okay, we've got some here. Oh, it's 2-2. Oh, the Clippers might win the next 2. The Clippers got to win 4 in a row. The Clippers got to show me something to think that they can compete with the Brooklyn Nets and with some of these other teams in the Eastern Conference. But it's as good as your last memory or as bad as your last memory. And the last memory was bad. I don't know that they've got it in them.
I don't know if they do either.
I don't know that they have someone in that locker room to say, hey, this is it. We're not making a first round playoff exit.
Right.
We're not ending our series now. We're not ending the playoffs now. We're not ending our season now. Our goal is to win a championship. We are going to win a championship. And in order to do that, we have to win tonight's game.
Yep.
We're not talking about game 7. We're not talking about anything else. We're talking about winning tonight. I don't know who's there that does that. I don't know. Ty Lue may do it. I don't even know if they're listening to Ty Lue. I don't know that Kawhi listens to anybody.
Maybe Rondo. Maybe. I don't know though, man.
Still want to know what Rondo said to Kawhi the other day. I wish I knew, but yeah, maybe it is Rondo. Maybe Rondo is the guy who steps up and says, "Yo, like, look, I came here to win a title. You came here to win a title. Hey, we like Doc Rivers, but he was fired because we didn't win a title. We like Ty Lue. He was brought in to win a title. Someone's got to say or do something, and I can't envision it. I can't. I don't see Paul George. I think Marshall was using the term alpha male earlier. I don't know. Rondo is the alpha male of this locker room. I need some playoff Rondo tonight.
And I need playoff P to show up, not pandemic P.
Playoff P isn't real. He invented it. It's not a thing. Like, where was playoff P born? Like, what game did Paul
in OKC? Okay, that's what happened. He had a good game in OKC,
and legitimately went to the post-game press conference and said, "Oh, y'all don't know about playoff P."
That's exactly how it went down.
I'm sorry. What? 916-349-1320. Want to get in on the conversations? Let's bring always good for some cheerfulness here. Our man Disco Tim. What's up, baby?
What's happening, fellas? Hey, I really need you today. I consider you guys to be kind of my sports sponsor because, you guys talk me through so much. But I feel so bad about feeling so good about the Lakers losing. I feel like it's addictive, and maybe I should journal about it because being a Kings fan, I have nothing else, it seems like, to hold on to except for when the Lakers lose. And I believe LeBron and AD were both on the floor when they lost in the first round. And I am absolutely thrilled about it. And I was wondering if maybe that's unhealthy or something, or maybe I should work that out. Is it okay to be that happy about the Lakers losing? I wanted to ask you guys.
Absolutely. Keep living life the way you living it, Disco Tim.
Yeah, I mean, Disco, you read positivity. I'd argue both. Is it okay? Sure. Is it healthy? Probably not. Probably not. Like you probably got to let that go. And we've talked about this all day. People celebrate again. Is it the loss of the Lakers, or is it the loss of LeBron James, or is it two universes colliding to create? You're right. It's the mega powers forming here on Saturday night's main event, where it's like, oh no, everybody is rejoicing because maybe you don't really care about the Lakers. You don't like LeBron for whatever reason. Or maybe you like LeBron, but you really dislike the Lakers. Mm-hmm. The magic handshake is happening right now, and Macho Man's got the big eyes, and the basketball world, the basketball world who aren't Lakers fans are rejoicing.
It's really weird too, because I for a long time have said that I don't hate the Lakers the way a Kings fan is necessarily supposed to hate the Lakers, right? I don't like them, but I always loved Kobe, and I love LeBron. So they got those guys on there. Those are my guys. You know what I'm saying? So there's a certain level of, these boys are dope. I enjoy watching them play. But I don't enjoy Lakers LeBron as much as I enjoyed Cavs LeBron and Heat LeBron. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm okay with the Lakers losing. I'm with that. That's okay with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not. I just give me the best basketball. If the best basketball is Phoenix moving forward, I'm all for it. I like what I've seen from Phoenix. They didn't sneak by the Lakers. Mm-mm. They beat the crap out of the Lakers. And whether it's we could talk about Anthony. We could talk about ripped shoulders, poked eyes, bad Chris Paul, bad Anthony Davis. We can talk about all that stuff. The Phoenix Suns were significantly better than the Los Angeles Lakers. Mm-hmm. I'm all for it. I want to see what they do next. Give me the best basketball. As long as I've got the best basketball, I'm happy. This isn't an NCAA tournament where it's really cute when the Cinderella team wins a couple of games, but then you get to the Final Four and you realize, this is going to suck. They're going to lose by 50. Like, this game isn't even going to be worth watching. This is going to be awful. It's fun to a certain extent. That's not what this is. I think we're going to get the best basketball. So I'm not rejoicing that the Lakers lost. I don't care that they lost. Phoenix played better. I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
And I'll say this. Like I said, I don't really hate the Lakers as much as everybody else does in the city. But I'm riding with my people. And some people would want to hear me say again that the Lakers just got bounced in the first round. I had to give them the long version.
Got the extended cut right there.
It's from my people. It's from my people out in Sacramento. You know what I'm saying? They rejoice in that. Okay. Ramsey, that's for you, man. Even though Ramsey likes like 7 teams.
Yeah, Ramsey got he got power rankings of teams that he likes. Man, it's all love though, but it's good. And you've said it before. Y'all gonna miss LeBron when he's gone.
Yeah,
y'all are gonna miss LeBron when he's gone.
We're gonna see what look. But we're gonna see what happens now. You're gonna get a little taste of that right now because I saw a couple people talking about it. What if it's a Utah Phoenix Western Conference Finals? I love basketball. I'm watching. That is not going. I'm gonna just tell you right now. Utah Phoenix Western Conference Finals is not putting butts in the seats.
It's not. But for basketball, oh man, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, it's because you got to convince. We're talking about the casual basketball fan right here. Those people who wanted Kings to win games at the end of the season. You're telling them, yo, Donovan Mitchell is a star. You want to watch Donovan Mitchell. And it's Utah. I didn't even like John Stockton and Karl Malone. I ain't gonna watch that. It's tough. Like it's why, I think it's part of some people's frustration with the way that maybe the lack of development in the league is we continue to focus on. God, the team hadn't made the playoffs in 10 years. Still talking about the New York Knicks. Still talking about the Knicks. Lakers didn't make the playoffs for 8 years. Still talking about the Los Angeles Lakers. Now we're we've got the Clippers in the mix here because in Los Angeles we talk about the same teams over and over and over again, and we don't give enough love to teams like Denver, who's played really well. They're on like what, a 4 or 5 year stretch now of playing really good basketball.
They are, Damian, but that's not the media's fault. That's not D'Lo and KC's fault. We say ourselves, we're not interested in seeing Jokic. Like that has nothing to do with what the media is putting out there.
No,
I don't like his game.
But you like Donovan Mitchell's.
Yeah, but I don't like the Jazz.
Nobody likes the Jazz.
I'm not interested in seeing the Utah Jazz.
But why wouldn't you be interested in seeing Donovan Mitchell?
Donovan Mitchell is fun to watch. He's fun to watch. He's not Kyrie. And what I mean by that, personally, I love watching Kyrie play. The things he can do on the basketball court, I love watching. Russell Westbrook. You love watching Russell. I love watching Russell. Russell Westbrook was all over the place. He was in OKC. He was, you know what I'm saying? Like this guy was a true character, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way. Like he was out of a movie. Donovan Mitchell's not really that. It's like I once again, I watch him because I love basketball. I love watching him. But my mom, she probably ain't tripping off Donovan Mitchell.
Happy hour with Nick DePaula coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And will the NBA landscape look a little bit different when we return on Monday? We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I need a minute. If you need one, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good. Okay. Jesse, are you finding a way to watch the Mayweather fight? Yeah, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm actually gonna gotta record at the house. And I'm making an impromptu trip to Las Vegas this weekend, kind of out of nowhere. So yeah, I don't know what the situation is with being able to watch the fight out there. So I don't know if I'm gonna be watching it, but I'm actually gonna order it so Jazz can watch it, and I'm gonna record it. So just in case I miss it, I can watch it. This is my people in Vegas are telling me this is the opening weekend. This is the first weekend everything is 100% open. So like, yeah, it's gonna be crazy out there. Hopefully I drive to Vegas. Hell no, Ramsey. You know, one thing about me, I really don't like being in a car for more than 2 hours. So I used to make that drive to LA all the time, you know, here back and forth to LA. I was not a fan of that. So Vegas is like 10 hours from Sacramento, or 8 hours. I don't think I'll ever in life drive to Vegas. I may be in a car with somebody who's driving. You won't see me behind the wheel. Oh, Jesus. We're talking 108, 106. The sun was down. It's still like 104. Oh, It's crazy. It's crazy. Mario, hey Mario, I gotta get up with you, big dog. I gotta get up with you. I got a couple of pair that they need surgery. I gotta get up with you, man. Yeah, man, I'm ordering a Floyd fight. Absolutely. What's the theme of the day? It's only entertainment. It's entertainment. You got Ocho Cinco fighting. Jared Hurd, I'd like to see him fight again. Badu Jack is fighting. Yeah, I'll order the fight. I actually got to get my Fire 6 set up to be able to do that. Nah, man, the fight is fight's in Florida. It's in Miami. And I probably would watch it the same way Jesse is going to watch it if I was going to be home. To make sure I watch it, I'm actually going to have to drop a couple dollars. Yeah, okay. You're a better driver than me, man. I'm not making that drive. That's a long drive. You ever drove from Stack to Vegas, Damien?
No.
No. That's a long drive. I've never made it. Have I made it? Maybe I have, but I was like younger. I was
no different than LA though, isn't it? In the 7 hours?
No, LA like 5.5. Vegas is 8.
That's if you're riding. Yeah, right. I'm with John. 8 hours versus 59 minutes. And I'm a show up at the airport 5 minutes before boarding guy.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm not a show up at the airport an hour and a half early.
See, I am an hour and a half guy.
I live 8 minutes from the airport right now.
Yeah, Cole, who said that? Who said they drove from Sac to Vegas in 3 hours? Stop it.
Shaq said it. Arguably the greatest song ever right here. Yeah, it was all a dream.
Would you walk from Manhattan to Brooklyn rapping it?
Why would I do that?
Oh, man. You don't remember making it a band? That was like the first thing Diddy made them do. They were in a studio in Manhattan, and he said, I need you to walk to Junior's to get me some cheesecake. Junior's in Brooklyn.
No, I ask, why would I do that?
If you're trying to make the band.
I ain't trying to make the band. I ain't trying to sit there with that goofy look on my face either. Like that has been immortalized in those gifts. That show gonna live forever through all them gifts that came out of it, man. Nick DePaula going to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll be commercial free for the entire hour. It's going to be a fun conversation, man. We're going to talk De'Aaron. We've long talked about a De'Aaron Fox signature shoe. We'll get his thoughts on that and how Nike feels about De'Aaron. We'll talk about how important signature shoes are. It's going to be a different type of conversation. Again, that's why we're doing this happy hour style. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. It's going to be along the lines of the conversation with Ricky Rose and Brett Barish, and we want to bring these conversations to you every once in a while. Well, now that football's not here yet, and we're getting less basketball games per day, we want to kind of bring you some different type of content. And Kenny and I are both sneakerheads, and if you were watching on the stream for a couple of commercial breaks, Kenny got a delivery not too long ago.
Hey, shout out to Jordan Brand, man. They always looking out, man. And I said, Jordan Brand, look out for my people too. And he's like, I got you. So shout out to Jordan Brand.
Too kind, man. That's too kind. I'm anxious to see what's in that box and anxious to talk to Nick DePaula as well. Sacramento guy. We'll talk to him about that and being tied is the most famous guy to come out of McClatchy with my partner here, Kenny Caraway. And then, of course, we'll, news that's, developing over the course of the last couple of days, the Kobe Bryant estate and Nike. We'll talk to him about that as well. So it's going to be fun. You know how these conversations are, man. We're just going to kick back, If you got some McQueen and the Violet Fog gin at your home office, go ahead and pour it and hang out with us again. Again, that's what it's all about. Marshall's starting.
I forget. You hear my hands.
Yeah, we can very clearly. Marshall Harris starting his happy hour in Chicago. Why don't we go ahead and start ours in Sacramento at the top of the 3 o'clock hour? So we mentioned, we've got the Mavericks and the Clippers tonight. You're going Mavericks, closing it out. I'm going Clippers. You were about to say something. What was it?
No, we're probably on the same page because before we get into sneakers, I wanted to get your thoughts on the rest of the series. So I think the Mavericks will close it out tonight. If the Clippers win, I'm just going to cross my fingers and say they're going to win Game 7. I'm not confident in that at all.
I got you.
But I'm going to cross my fingers and say that happens. The other series start this weekend. So the big one, Brooklyn, Milwaukee. Your thoughts on who is going to win that series?
I'm going Milwaukee, man. I have to. I have no other choice. I have no other choice. I have no other choice. I got to go with Milwaukee. And I keep thinking, if I want someone to knock off Brooklyn, who do I like more to do it? Do I like Milwaukee to do it? Do I like Philadelphia to do it? I do think that they're both capable. I would love a Milwaukee-Philadelphia Eastern Conference Finals. I think Milwaukee's going to beat Brooklyn. That's not, riding my bet. We could come back from the weekend gearing up for Game 2, and KD has 42. James Harden has 37, 12, and 17. And, Kyrie Irving has, 29, just a casual 29 points. I mean, and I could change my tune, but I got to believe Milwaukee is going to be aggressive enough defensively. They're going to be physical enough defensively. Giannis, Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, they're going to bring enough offensively to help somewhat counter that stuff. I got to go Milwaukee, man.
Okay.
I got to.
Okay. I mean, and you're not alone. A lot of people think Milwaukee's going to win that series. I like Milwaukee, man. I do. I like that team. Obviously, I like Giannis. He's one of my favorite players in the game today. My two favorite players, or two of my favorite players, Kyrie, Giannis, going head to head in this one. I just think the Nets are too much, though, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, I need to see somebody shut down what they got going on offensively for enough for 4 games. Might happen once. Probably going to happen once. Probably going to happen twice. 3 times, 4 times. I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I think, and I think Game 1 is super important because it's a hot take right there, D'Lo. That's why they pay you the money that they do. Yes, Game 1 is important, but I think from a standpoint, like I go back to that the when the Cavs beat the Warriors, the 73-win Warriors, there was a shift in that series where it's like Cleveland believes this. Like they believe that they could come back from this 3-1 deficit. Milwaukee doesn't need to just win. They need to have like a certain swagger. They need to go out there. There's a certain style of winning that I think Milwaukee can have.
Right.
Where we're not afraid of you. And I think that's part of what Brooklyn is right now. There's a fear of the Brooklyn Nets. And rightfully so. If they can not only get a win, but have that poke your, not a we got one win, but a pop your chest out.
Yeah.
And walk away with it. Like I think they could get the series.
They are more than capable. Absolutely. Hawks, Sixers.
I like Philly.
I do too.
I like Philly. I'm concerned about Joel Embiid. I'm really, really concerned about Joel Embiid and feel like that series can shift if it's bad, if it's not good for him. But I'm gonna ride with Joel. I'm gonna ride with Philadelphia.
And then Suns Nuggets. We'll talk before that.
Yeah, I underestimated both of those teams in the first round. Denver looked really good last night. Phoenix has looked really good the last couple of games. We're going to have to measure the health of Chris Paul and all sorts of different things. We'll have some time to talk about that one in the coming days. We've got our phones in front of us. Nick DePaula is going to be with us here in just a heartbeat. But if anything happens in Portland, of course, we're going to bring that to you. But we're going to take our last commercial break of the day. I know we're normally not in break right now, but we're going to step out real quick. We're going to come back. We're going to be commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour. And Nick DePaula of ESPN joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, yikes.
Let me slide for real quick.
Yeah, and then make the switch when you get back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be praying on this switch, boy. Everybody in the chat, if y'all out there, say a small prayer for Kenny's internet. What do y'all know about the coach? David, I hate that dude. He's such a piece of garbage. I ain't even gonna put that up because I don't want his name on my screen. He's such a piece of garbage. Yep. Oh, what do we got here? I need to check. I feel like I gotta show these to Nick too. Ask him. What do you think of my shoes, Nick? Some Kobe PEs. Oh man. Thoughts and prayers. Appreciate it. Thoughts and prayers on Kenny's internet. Yeah, I had to sneak one up there. I was trying to set it up nice. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to take the alcohol down, but I was trying to set it up there nice. I got the threes here with me too because these are my favorite. The 11 used to be my favorite. That's like my sentimental favorite. But this one, man, this one is just so nasty. This one is just so clean. I think this is one of my. I used to covet that 11, and maybe it's because the 11 has come out so much. But then I realize I love this shoe so much more. I've got like 4 or 5. I got more than that. I've got those Mocha Browns, the Legend Blues, Carolina Blues, the Katrinas. I got this one. I got a lot of different versions of the 3. You're stupid, redacted. You are ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, cool. Warren out here tweeting jokes about the series tonight. I got you, Casey?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to everybody who's listening. Who's listening on YouTube. Fox got his own sneaker now? No, he doesn't have a signature sneaker, but we're
gonna find out what's going on.
We're gonna find out if he got some love coming his way. I see you, Bryce.
Quick.
I see you, Bryce. I feel like we had a number better than that. I ain't gonna go with that one. I feel like we had a number better than that. All right. Let's see. Fox isn't getting a sneaker. No. Man, that signature shoe is tough, man. That signature shoe is tough. That is that's rarefied air. You said I think they hand those out more in other brands than they do.
They get you over
Nike.
there.
Yeah, right. I did like Trey got. I think Nick was writing about that recently. Didn't Trey get one going with? I think it was Adidas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's with Adidas.
Okay, perfect timing.
Is
1 second, bro. Happy hour is underway here, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Go to drizzly.com or your favorite retailer to get yours and pick up the new Luke Belaire Blue while you're out. We welcome in Nick DePaula, ESPN, the sneaker game, the sneakerhead, and one of the most famous alum to come out of McClatchy High School. Of course, my partner right there, neck and neck with them. But Nick DePaula here with us on YouTube, Twitch, and on ESPN 1320. Nick, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me. It's been a long time since I've seen Kenny hoop, but that was fun being a Lion back in the day.
Absolutely. Now, Nick, we're trying to figure this out, man, because when I said something, I think when the show first started, maybe it was a little before, I said, I think that I might be top 5. Am I the most famous person to come from McClatchy High School? There's more accomplished people. Don't get it right. They've got people that won Grammys and all this other stuff. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying famous. And then I thought about it and I said, you know what? Larry Bowa's in there. Nick Johnson's in there. And then I just had to check myself. I said, well, you know, Nick DePaula is probably a little more famous than I am. So I'm okay with top 5 right now. I'm okay with top 5.
I'm definitely going to give you way above me, and I kind of want no part of that list anyway. I write about people that are famous, so it's kind of different.
Man, you do a great job covering the sneaker game out. What's behind you? What are the ones that you're showcasing for us? What shoes you got behind you?
That's a good question. So I've got some Hyperflights, which was Jay Will's shoe back in the day, purple, of course. I got a Jay Will rookie jersey behind me. I got a Mitch Richmond jersey on this side. Actually, that's the original, like split purple black with the checkerboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
This pair is a Jay Will PE with the 55. Jay Will on the heel. So I think for every kid that was growing up the late 90s, early 2000s, you probably have terrible turnovers and crazy passes and grew up loving Jay Will. So that was always my guy, him and C Webb.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So, who's your favorite player, huh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Absolutely. Now, speaking about the Hyperflights, now, Nick. I mean, you just kind of stunted on these boys on the IG the other day. I was like, hold on, man. What we got? About 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pairs of Hyperflights. Those they haven't even come back out, right? They're like
they brought them back out in 2013, and quite honestly, it was a pretty bad release. They had like all these crazy graphics and. I think I bought one pair, but I think I might have 14 or 15 from that 2001 run. And that was, I had a red pair at McClatchy because we wore red.
Yeah.
My teammate Ben used to call me Dorothy, like the Wizard of Oz. And it was a crazy flashy shoe back then. Of course, now a lot of shoes are all colorful and loud, and that wasn't the norm back then though. So they really stood out back in the day.
I had to pull a pair out for you. You talk about colorful and loud. I got these. Yeah, like I wanted what you could tell me about these, man. These are some Kobe's. These are some PEs. These were made for. I have the original pink laces, but these were made for Breast Health Awareness Month in the WNBA. So I don't think there are a ton of these, man, and I don't think a lot of WNBA players at the time were wearing low tops. So really, I just wanted to show off that I have these to you because I don't know how often I'll be able to do this, but I know this has got to be a shoe that's not really out there too much. Is one of the only PEs I have, but I just wanted to show it off to the sneakerhead.
Yeah, that's part of the KDL Foundation. So Nike every year does a Breast Cancer Awareness Month shoe with Kobe, but usually it's sometimes just a PE.
Mm-hmm.
So they've done. A lot of guys are wearing, like Torrey Craig last night. He's wearing the Think Pink Kobe 6s.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So you're seeing the pink out there, but to have the 10, I would definitely hold on to those.
There's another one, and I can't remember the number, but it has the thicker sole at the bottom. We have those too, and they're all white.
Yeah.
The bottom is white, but it has the dark, the deep pink in it. So yeah, we've got a couple of nice shoes around here that we
see what's going on above your shoulder too, man. We see what's going on above your shoulder back there, Damian. Come on.
Don't act like you don't have off-whites too. You probably got them on your feet. I just put mine up for display. He got like Kenny's on a level, Nick, where he actually wears his off-whites.
Yeah.
There you go.
I got to wear the shoes, man. That's what they say, Nick. You got to wear the shoes, right?
I try to wear them. I think the tough part, growing up in Sacramento, it's a little different now because I live in Portland. It rains all the time, so I got to be a little more strategic. But I still try to break as much as I can out.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Casey.
No, I was going to ask him because you have the breast cancer awareness, the Kobe's. Your partner, Kevin Durant, he has the Aunt Pearl. Every edition of issue has an Aunt Pearl right? With the breast cancer awareness as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, I mean, for him, you know, his Aunt Pearl passed away when he was younger, but that's like one of those annual shoes that he looks forward to every year. And I think that's been probably the most fun thing for me the last 10 years is a lot of these sneakers have become like a portal of personality for all these players. So whether it's people close to them, whether it's where they're from, stories going on around the season, a lot of guys are just really telling those stories through their sneakers. And then for me to tell those stories around it, that makes it pretty fun too.
How important is like how big is like we hear about sneaker culture all the time. How are like shoe companies? We know how influential they are in college sports. Are they influential in like free agency and in the NBA?
I don't really think so. I think I want to say there's two players that make more from their shoe deal than their team deal, which is D Rose and Kyle Kuzma. And then I think Rondo was on that list too. So it's pretty rare, but there's a lot of guys. I mean, you know, Kevin Durant making probably 25, 30 million a year, LeBron as well. I think back in the day in the 90s, it was a bigger situation where you would want to be on a quote unquote big market team. But, you know, Giannis is in Milwaukee and LeBron was in Cleveland. Like a lot of the stars the last decade haven't really been in great markets. So I think the bigger thing is brands would prefer if you're on a team that can win and contend more so than the market. And then from there, you kind of go from there.
But Nike, Casey, Nike had to smile a little bit when Kevin Durant signed with the Golden State Warriors and Steph was the guy there and he was Under Armour and all of a sudden you had KD, who was one of their pillars of the shoe game. Like Nike had to be more than a little pleased with that move.
Yeah, I think that one was such a tough one because you would think so, right, with the bigger market. But I think the backlash that it got, which everybody's familiar with, you know, that part of it made it tough too. So I think there's always like a give and take versus if you ride it out in OKC, which is probably the smallest market in the league. You know, so I think it always kind of has a lot of factors to it. But a perfect world, everybody would be on the Knicks and Lakers for sure. But outside of that, it's if you could have success, I would say.
Well, Nick, there's a bunch, like a ton of NBA shoe relationships and deal questions that I want to ask you. But before we go there, let me take it back to Southland Park, man. I'm assuming you were in Southland Park. Let me take it back there. How did this love affair with shoes begin? Was it the Hyperflights? Was it J. Will, or was it something before that? What was one of the first shoes where you're like, I love the way those things look. I gotta have those.
So I grew up in Greenhaven.
Oh, shout out to Greenhaven.
And then I went to Sutter. And when I was 10, though, I made sure I brought them. When I was 10, I was at the downtown plaza and saw this Zoom Flight 95. And that was, to me, like, these came out in 1995, obviously. They still look futuristic, right?
Yeah.
But it was just a crazy shoe. Jason Kidd wore them at the time. And I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And that's the shoe that got me, like, just all curious about the whole footwear industry altogether. I wanted to be a shoe designer. I probably, for like a year and a half, tried drawing shoes and was a terrible artist. Just literally couldn't draw at all. So that was that. But it kind of sparked me to get curious about design and about just the footwear industry too. And so that's kind of what started it. I'm sure you guys might have had a similar scenario, but I had a $50 budget at the time, and those were $110 retail. So I got the Thrill Flight at JCPenney out in Arden for $58 on sale, and that was the first shoe I had, and that was actually the shoe Mitch Richmond wore that year. So I was buying them. I was like, oh well, it's the Mitch shoe. It's still a cool shoe. You know? So they were like the cheaper version of that Zoom Flight. But to me, that Zoom Flight is one of the best sneaker designs of all time, if not the best.
Yeah, J. Kidd, and I remember Tim Hardaway wore those too.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway, Terrell Brandon, kind of a handful of point guards.
Yeah.
But J. Kidd was my guy for sure.
Nick DePaula of ESPN and the Sneaker Game on the Boardroom joins us here on D-Lo and KC for happy hour. What do you remember? What you obviously you remember the first shoe you bought. What was the first shoe like when you were like, all right, I'm starting to do something here with myself, and what was the first like splurge on a shoe that you got?
So I bought the red Hyperflights for full price. That was the first shoe in high school that I bought. And then when I went to college, I guess this kind of ages us, or me in particular, but I got a debit card specifically when I found out you could connect it to an eBay account. I didn't have a debit card before that, even though I was an 18-year-old in college. And so that's when I kind of went back and was buying all those shoes that were outside of my budget.
Yeah.
So I was buying, Zoom flights, buying Hyper flights. The first shoe I probably spent way too much money on was the LeBron 2s, which was only around 40 pairs made. It was the University of Oregon pair, which I went to the University of Oregon. So at that time, I was writing for a sneaker magazine called Soul Collector. I spent like a whole month's paycheck on those. And I think I ate Reese's Puffs for the whole month. So that was a rough month. But I think that's the crazy thing about sneakers. Like, if you're passionate about it, you kind of find a way, even though it's hard to justify sometimes. So I still have those, of course, even all these years later.
And as we go through This Is Your Life with Nick DePaula here, I mean, when you talk about being a sneakerhead and wanting to be part of the culture and being around the culture, it can't be any better place to be than Eugene, Oregon. And what they got going on with Nike and all the Oregon colorways and all this other stuff, man. How was that experience being there?
It was extremely strategic to go there. So they did have a great journalism program, and my goal was to write for Slam at the time. But, Portland's about 2 hours north where Nike and Adidas are based. Back then, And One's office was in Portland too. So I was able to kind of meet people at all the different brands. I found out early on that the email process is basically first name dot last name at Nike.com. I was just emailing people left and right, trying to grab lunch, trying to hear about their backstory. And that was kind of the starting point for me. But that also got me in touch with the guys that started Soul Collector, just because they were coming out to Portland all the time for meetings. And I'd basically skip whatever I had going on to meet up with them, and eventually started to write for the magazine.
Well, just to ease your mind, should we get any Woj tweets regarding the basketball team in Portland? We'll absolutely pass those along right away. We've actually been waiting all day for them, and nothing's come out. Like, what do you think about the Blazers out there?
Yeah, things might go up in smoke this summer. We'll see. I'm sure you guys seen that old Kobe meme where it's like him looking mad on the bench and it just says trade everybody.
Yeah.
I've seen the same Photoshops already. So we're going to see what it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of news for sure. Whether it's, from everything I've heard and everybody I've talked to, like his preference is definitely no matter what to stay in Portland. And ideally they build similar to like last summer with Giannis, where, I think he wants the franchise to show him, build a contender around me, and my preference is to stay. So I think we'll have to go down that path first. But I mean, I don't want to name all the different options of the players, but I think pretty much everybody's probably up for grabs at this point, and I would expect them to kind of do a whole overhaul versus run it back one more year. So I've been here Dame's whole run, and it's been crazy to see obviously what he's achieved individually, but the team still has a way to go. So we'll see.
Wow. Yeah. So now I want to ask you a question that I've got a hypothesis here with this. I got a theory, and I need somebody with your expertise to help me out here. I believe that Nike has plans or wants to give De'Aaron Fox a signature shoe. I think the thing that is kind of holding him up is maybe he's not winning right now, Sacramento, all this other stuff. One thing that flies in the face of that is they gave Kyrie a shoe when he wasn't winning in Cleveland. So maybe that's not necessarily the case. But I feel like with them giving him the Air Max, the Swiper Air Max, he's got the new joint out that he's kind of debuting. That's the second Nike basketball shoe that he's debuted. They go to him for these type of releases. I feel like it's right around the corner, Nick. Tell me, what have you heard about a possible De'Aaron Fox Nike signature shoe?
So I love his game. However, I think we're a ways away. The real big difference in terms of Kyrie was the MVP of the 2013 All-Star game. And so in the sneaker world, if you're, let's say, the MVP of an All-Star game or some kind of like all-NBA first team, something that's an actual designation or an award. In the case of Trae Young, he was an all-star starter in Chicago 2020. Like those are the kinds of things that sometimes will trigger getting a signature shoe.
Gotcha.
So that was kind of the first step with Kyrie. It ended up being great timing for him too, because his shoe launched fall of 2014, and that happened to be the same season that LeBron came back. And so then they went to the finals his first year in the Kyrie ones, which was crazy. But I think De'Aaron, the team obviously success-wise hasn't been there. But I think he still might have a couple steps to go in terms of those accolades. I think if you watch him, his excitement level and where he is with with his skill set is amazing. And he's making all the strides, I think, on court personally, but the team hasn't gotten there. I think the other curveball, and he's been headlining that GT cut shoe this spring. When he was a rookie, he signed a 5-year rookie deal, and I believe he was 2017 draft. So his deal is coming up soon. So that could be something where, as part of the extension, they give him more PEs or more releases, things like that. Or maybe a different brand comes calling, whether that's Puma, New Balance, all these new brands we've been seeing be aggressive.
Right.
Maybe that's something the other brand dangles out to try to get him away from Nike. So I think there's a lot of ways it can go. But, right now there's out of 450 players, 20 players have a signature shoe, which is actually kind of a lot historically. Usually it's in the, like 10 to 15 range.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think, he's probably still 3 to 4 years away. I'd say, guys like Devin Booker on the Nike side, guys like Luka and Jason Tatum on the Jordan side are probably ahead of him.
Yep.
But as we've seen with those guys, like that's partly due to the team success. So if the Kings can turn the corner in the next couple of years here, then you never know.
I feel like Jordan, and I think that's the first time you've mentioned Jordan. I feel like you're not a Jordan guy. You're more of a Nike guy.
Well, that's because I grew up with a $50 budget. There was a few key Marshalls and Rosses around town. I found all kinds of great stuff, but unfortunately, not a single Jordan ever made it through one of those stores. But yeah, I think for the Jordan side, I don't think it's any secret to say that as amazing as the Air Jordan line is, some of the player signature shoes haven't been on that same level.
And that's what I was just about to ask you. Like, I don't feel like it worked with Melo. It didn't really work with Chris Paul. I don't feel like it works with anyone.
Yeah, I remember writing a story, and I love Melo. I've interviewed him a bunch. He's awesome. And I remember writing a story about his series coming to a close, and my editor was like, "Oh man, like he had some great ones. Like I really liked the 1.5 and the 5.5." I was like, "Well, he had 13 shoes, and those were the first two." And he didn't know all the models necessarily, and that line was a little up and down, and Chris Paul's line is like one of the best performing lines out there. It's great to play in, but a lot of the shoes kind of look similar, and that shoe line hasn't really had the success either. So I think that's kind of the challenge for them now is, they had D Wade, that line kind of came and went, and now they're launching Zion, presumably Luka and Tatum, if they're going to do other signatures, those guys would be next up. And I think they got to kind of prove it that they could have a successful signature line for some of those headliners, because it hasn't always been the case. And I think that's probably been the toughest part for them is, on the Nike side, they've had a ton of successful signature shoes throughout the last 25 years. But at Jordan, it's been kind of hit and miss a little bit. So we'll see.
And ironically, to the delight of my partner right here, probably the most successful Jordan signature shoe has been the Why Not series. The Why Not series sell really well. I see those. I do a lot of coaching and stuff. I see a lot of kids with the Why Nots.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too. It's the Jordans. Michael's stuff was always so timeless and kind of clean, and just pretty like traditional in a sense in terms of all the OG colorways. And obviously Russ's stuff. There you go. It doesn't get any cleaner than that, right? It's like Russ's stuff all over the place. Like I don't think Russ has used, unless it's the black-white colorway, I don't think he's used less than 3 or 4 colors on one shoe. Like some of these shoes are like 12 colors on the shoe. Yeah, and they're all over the place. So I think that's made it fun for kids, and obviously his personality fits that. So, he won MVP. Speaking to those accolade type things, when he won MVP, that triggered him getting the shoe the next year, and then that's kind of what led into that for him to get his line.
Nick DePaula with us here. For those listening on the Odyssey app or on 1320 AM, I just showed off a Jordan 3. That was the reaction there from Nick and Kenny Caraway. Happy Hours brought to you by.
All right. It was the cement joint. Come on, the white and cement. Come on, don't act like it's just some random Jordan 3. Stop playing with him, Damien.
Happy Hour is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gym. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Go to drizzly.com or your favorite retailer to get yours and pick up the new Luke Belaire Blue while you're out. So signature shoes are rarefied air. Is that how like Puma got more involved? Is that how like Adidas has been able to get a bigger market share because they've been offering signature shoes to more guys than Nike or Jordan would?
Yeah. So when Adidas was signing guys like Trae Young and and really trying to go after a lot of the up and coming names. I mean, Nike had 6 signature shoes at that time, and a lot of guys, it was kind of a crowded roster over there. So I mean, I talked to Trae Young's dad, and he was like, that was exactly one of the reasons we came to Adidas, was we knew if he played well that he could get his own shoe pretty quickly here, and he's got it. He's already wearing one in his 3rd season. So that was part of it. I think New Balance, when they signed Kawhi, that was a huge piece. Jordan didn't want to give him a signature shoe, and New Balance was going to. And then for LaMelo going to Puma, that was a key factor too. I think Puma was interesting early on because they were over-offering, money-wise and being super aggressive. So signing a guy like Marvin Bagley, who played at Duke and has worn Nike all his life, like that took a lot of people by surprise. Same thing with Michael Porter Jr., who they signed and has been playing great with the Nuggets. So they've signed a lot of guys that traditionally were like huge Nike fans. Kyle Kuzma was a huge Nike guy. He went to Puma as well. So they're giving guys more marketing. They're giving guys more of a platform. And then in LaMelo's case, they're going to make him the face of the brand pretty much overnight here, possibly deservedly so with him being Rookie of the Year and playing really well. So, Nike had, I want to say, 70% of the league 3 seasons ago, and now it's down to like 62, 63%. And Puma and New Balance are kind of chipping away, signing some guys there.
Is Puma doing big business?
It's still relatively small compared to, a Nike Jordan brand overall, but they're kind of looking at it as a long-term play. And the thing that's always interesting to me is some of these brands, they kind of look at the value of a basketball player as only how many basketball shoes they sell. And Puma was really like honest about it. They were like, basketball has so many more touch points to style, music, culture. Like, we're signing basketball guys to sell Clydes and training shoes and all of our different shoes, not just basketball shoes.
Right.
So I think, there's only probably two Puma basketball shoes per season. And they have a lot of those guys pushing other stuff too, whether that's lifestyle stuff and kind of looking at it from the holistic angle versus sometimes the other brands don't do that.
I feel like Puma has really dived in to the aspect of like getting to the influencers. So, if you're on Instagram and, you got guys like White Iverson or Marcellus Howard or whatever, they got the Pumas. And I feel like Puma is kind of thought out the box and said, hey, if we can get these guys, not just the basketball players, not just the NBA players, but these guys with our shoes on, that could help our brand as well. So I kind of noticed that from them.
Yeah, and they basically came in with a whole different playbook. So they kind of knew, like, we don't want to just do kind of what everybody else is doing. And they were letting guys just, go crazy cussing in interviews, like just saying whatever they wanted. And, they gave J. Cole a shoe before they gave an NBA guy a shoe. So they've kind of taken a whole different approach. And I think that's the piece too. It's like they'd rather sign 15 to 20 guys they feel great about than sign 100 guys. And instead of signing 100 guys, really partner with all these basketball influencers that have huge followings that arguably are more important than, some of these players at the end of the benches. So it's been interesting to see them come into the game after basically 20 years out since back in the Vince Carter days.
Nick DePaula of ESPN in the Sneaker Game with us here on D'Lo and KC. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. How did the relationship with the Kobe Bryant estate and Nike fall apart?
Yeah, that's been, one of the craziest kind of scenarios I've really seen, from up close in a while. Even this week, there was kind of another wrinkle to it with the GG themed shoes that unfortunately got leaked out. But I think a big part of it was, early on, I think it was, I want to say December of 2019, even way before the contract was going to expire in April of 2021, Kobe was looking at this whole idea of launching his own Mamba brand. And he was really curious about that. I don't want to say it was directly tied to the Big Baller brand launching, but I think after that, everybody kind of looked at it and was like, well, what if I did have my own brand and controlled everything? And so that was something he looked into. He had taken meetings in December of 2019 just to explore that concept. And so I think that was one piece, was I think Vanessa and Kobe both were looking at how to control the Mamba brand, the Mamba name, potentially, and own all the trademarks to that versus leave it up to Nike. I think another thing was, and this was something Vanessa had kind of said in the quote to me, was, she was frustrated with the releases. Everything was pretty limited and in a lot of ways almost impossible to get. I'm sure, like you guys, we all take L's on the sneakers app almost every week.
Yep.
And it gets to a point where it's just crazy frustrating in a sense, And especially us on the West Coast, we're waking up mad early, and you get the didn't get them alert and all that. I always joke, people think I could just get every sneakers release. The last launch I got on sneakers was 2016, so it's been a second. So I think everybody in the community had that experience, and she was really starting to, get those comments every single drop. And so I think for her, she kind of wanted to take a step back and explore the partnership more, and look at what she could do with Nike in a different way than just kind of going with it as it was. So they've been negotiating ever since. They kind of took a little break, and then they've been back in talks. So you never know. It could be something that they land the deal in the next couple of months here even. Right. But it did kind of unfold, I think, surprisingly for a lot of people. And not everybody knew the contract was coming up. And it was something I was aware of just because of what I do. But it definitely caught people off guard.
But the Gigi leak had to hurt, though, right?
Yeah, so that I'm probably going to send the story in once we hop off here. I'm almost done with it. But that shoe was in production at the start of the year. So they've been in the works for a while. Vanessa designed those last summer. It's not like they kind of came out of thin air just a couple weeks ago. And so the contract, even though it expired in April, it had been in the works for almost a full year before that. And they were planning to release it this summer. And then once the contract didn't get renewed, the idea was let's just hold the shoes and not release them because there's no existing contract. And, obviously that shoe in particular is a little touchy with Vanessa having been so involved in the design of it. Obviously it involves Gigi as well. So what happened was a store in the UK got an accidental shipment of that colorway instead of the Del Sol. And when they did the raffle for the Del Sol 6s, they accidentally sent that colorway out to the customers.
Oh, man.
So the shoe was not released. I think that was the big part of the confusion too, was, Vanessa herself was confused and thought the shoes actually were released without her, consent, obviously, with there not being a current contract. And so that was the kind of the starting point of the confusion. And it was it's obviously crazy to think, and I assume there's a shipping guy in Europe that's under some trouble right now. But basically, it was started by a shipping error of the wrong shoe getting shipped. And so that's where the confusion started. I actually talked to the kid from England that got the first pair and posted the photo holding them. And so the photo that Vanessa posted, and then it kind of spiraled from there. And people took her caption and ran with it, that Nike released the shoes against her will in a sense, but that wasn't exactly what happened. The shoes were not meant to be released and are not planned to be released until if and when there is a new contract. And if for some reason they don't get a new contract, then we'll probably never see those shoes released. So it'll be kind of crazy to see, since there's about a couple dozen pairs that are now out there.
Yeah. Wow. It's crazy, man, because the Kobe's, unfortunately, I say that because I think while it was a big line and a big shoe already, his passing has made the shoes skyrocket whenever they come out. I mean, the Grinches, that was the first time I got on the sneakers app, and it went from it's 6:59 and I'm waiting till it hit 7 o'clock and it was sold out. And I said, wait, I didn't even get a chance to lose or I didn't get them or anything like that.
Yep.
Oh, you got a chance to lose. All right.
Yeah, I don't want to break it.
Second you open the app, you got a chance to lose.
I didn't even get a chance to get that bad posting afterwards, man. It was gone ASAP. And correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but that's a big issue with Vanessa right now, right? Where, because she knows Kobe was so beloved, she doesn't want to be part of that whole the raffle, nobody can get them if you're not one of the first 100 or something like that. She kind of wants everybody to be able to get those whenever they want to. And Nike, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, is well, we kind of don't do things like that. Is that kind of one of the hang-ups is?
No, so the thing that's really tough is so much of the sneaker process is literally over a year in advance. So a lot of the Kobe's that we saw released, for all the 5s and even stuff like the Grinches, all those production numbers were already figured out before he passed away.
Gotcha.
For a lot of that stuff sometimes. So in some of those cases, I want to say it was the Undefeated pack that released around his birthday of 2020. And then there was a couple other Kobe 5 colorways as well. like that was the same experience. Like it evaporated on the sneakers app before you could even load the page. But all those, I guess, production numbers were sorted out before he passed away, unfortunately. So, originally it probably was meant to be a limited release. And had they, of course, known the demand at that time, they probably would have ramped it up. So I think if they do, once they, I shouldn't say once, but if they do a new deal, I would assume a lot of these production numbers are going to be, drastically increased because obviously the demand's there. I mean, some of these launches, we're talking like 5,000 to 10,000 pairs on the lowest end, maybe like 50,000 to 100,000. And for something like the Concord 11s that, the annual Jordan 11 that comes out every December, that's usually around 1 million pairs.
Wow.
So, I mean, you could easily make the case for some of these Kobe's that we should be looking at 300,000 to 500,000 pairs for these launches because the demand really is there at this point. And obviously you mentioned the players too. I mean, in the bubble, there was, I think, 320 players there and 102 players wore a Kobe shoe.
Wow.
So like across the board, guys are hooping in Kobe's. And as we know, like they've also been some of the best performance shoes too. Yeah. Not only are they trying to honor him to wear them, but people just like to play in them too. So I think for everybody involved, it would be a win-win for them to, obviously come to terms on some kind of new contract and figure out the amount they want, what the right amount is to produce, and then hopefully everybody gets a chance to get them from there.
Kobe,
I know we're all
shoe I ever played in. Kobe 4 is amazing. Best shoe I ever played in.
Kobe 4 and 5 are my favorites, and that's the thing. It's like there's endless colors on those, and if you put them on Nike ID, everybody could put their own spin on them. Like there's a ton of potential to really re-release them in a huge way. And personally, I would like to see them kind of do something like what the Livestrong structure was back in the day, where a portion of all the money goes to the Mamba Foundation, and there's like tangible tournaments and youth girls camps and stuff that people like, are aware of that they're going to be supporting by wearing the stuff too. So I think there's a lot of ways they could run this that would be kind of a win-win for everybody. And it's crazy because a lot of the players that are with Nike right now, they're kind of on edge and on pins and needles, hoping something gets resolved because they want to continue to wear the shoes, of course, too. So we'll see what happens.
What active player has the most popular shoe?
The most popular shoe in terms of like who wears it the most? I mean, the Kyrie shoe is probably one. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
I mean, the Kyrie shoe kind of almost took the torch from Kobe in terms of being like the annual trusted shoe that just a hooper is going to grab to play in. The KD, I would say, with the KD 12 and 13, we've seen a ton of those around as well. There's there's probably like 30 to 40 guys wearing both of those models around the league. And I mean, LeBron is of course the biggest overall business just in terms of sales with all the different team models he has and just all the stuff he has in China as well. But yeah, I would say the Kyrie actually is the most popular and sales wise. I mean, he's selling a ton on all his different colorways.
LeBron's shoe is built for a dude who is 6'5", 260.
6'8",
6'8", 6'8". It's 6'5", 6'7", 6'8", whatever.
It's not. I don't even know if it's for me even. Yeah.
It ain't built for me. Like that's like rocking it. Like that's walking. Like especially when you wear like a Kobe or you wear like some sort of fly knit or shoes have just gotten lighter and lighter and lighter. Kobe. I mean, thankfully LeBron's shoe finally did get like lighter than it was. Yeah. But still, in comparison to those other ones, like I got the, I think they originally called them the Fruity Pebbles, but at the cereal joints, like those are like they're still heavier. Like they're the lightest LeBron shoe, but they're still heavier than Kobe's and Kyrie's and all those.
I remember being at the event; they were telling us that was for the. You're thinking, I think that was probably the LeBron watch for the 17s that you got, but I mean. When they were saying it's the lightest LeBron, like when you look across the market, they're still one of the heaviest shoes out there.
Right.
So, I was like, man, y'all should try a different tagline for this one because that's not. Once you have a closet of stuff, you kind of know how it compares. But I think the thing with LeBron was, to me, the 1 and the 2 are some of the best shoes I ever played in, and those were lighter and nimble as he was lighter and not as as big and strong as he is now. But he's always asked for the most cushioning, the most support. And that's going to lend itself to a little heavier. And then, a lot of times he likes the foamposite material so much that they've added foam to shoes, and that's always going to add the weight too. So it's been a tough balance because I think that's been the narrative since the LeBron 3. So we're talking 15 years
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's something they've always known is out there that they've tried to combat, but it's been tough.
I agree with you, Nick, and you would know. I wouldn't know as much as you, but I think Kyrie. Yeah, I judge a lot of this stuff by, like I said, I'm in these gyms and I'm working with these kids, and you see what shoes they're wearing. The Kyries for the last, all of them since Kyrie won, they have been in the gyms heavy. I got every pair. I actually don't have the Kyrie ones, but I got 2 through 6 or whatever he's on now, and I love those shoes. Another surprising one to me, had a lot of traction. Might have died down a little bit, but Paul George, his signature series. I love the shoes, and like anything from like 1 to 4, I was like, yo, these are dope. And they might have died down a little bit.
Zion killed it. Zion killed the Paul George.
So the 1 and the 2, the 1 and the 2 that season actually, which I'm going to say was maybe that was like the 2018 season. That was actually the most worn signature in the league.
I can believe
guys were going on Nike ID, like everybody was wearing that shoe. They were $110 at retail, so they were affordable. But they had a ton of technology to them too. Obviously, Zion just tearing up that 2.5 didn't help, and then I think PG for his sake too. Like he's kind of a quiet guy naturally, and so I think there was a lot of excitement on those first 2 ones, but then he kind of himself just kind of got a little away from really pushing them and marketing them too. So it's been tough, but yeah, I agree. Those first 2, like. That PG1 is one of the best signature debuts I've seen in a long time. I mean, that was a great model out the gate.
Imagine your signature shoe blowing out in front of the president of the freaking United States.
and then you could read his lips, and he goes, his shoe broke.
Oh, it's so bad. And then Paul George has to answer questions about it the next day. Oh,
yeah,
brutal.
Hearing from Nike, because obviously Nike has all the resources in the world. And so it's crazy that, I think a lot of people were surprised he signed with Nike since he blew out a Nike shoe.
Mm-hmm.
And their whole thing was they sent a team of people to Durham like the very next morning. They talked to Zion. Those people went to China to the factory to design like literally 16 versions of new shoes for him. Went back to Durham for him to test stuff out like 8 days later. Jeez. And then the shoe he played in, I think, was the Kyrie 4s that he came back in. Like they were totally beefed up and supportive and, to his exact specifications. So, obviously it was in their interest to go all out because they were going to try to sign him a matter of months later. But that was one of the craziest scenarios I think I've ever seen. Like just the amount of visibility and hype that Zion had every single game at Duke. And then for that to be like the first 90 seconds of the Carolina game with the president sitting right there.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
I'm picturing a CSI team like grabbing the shoe and like dropping it into a plastic bag and shipping it off somewhere or carrying it somewhere. That is fantastic. That's a fantastic story. They flew there the next day to investigate the crime scene. That is spectacular.
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular.
Nick, like I said, man, if you guys, first of all, I've been familiar with Nick for I don't know how long. My man Elijah said, "What's up?" Edison Hitsey said, "What's up?" I talked to him yesterday. They was like, "Tell me." So we've been in the same circles for a minute. For whatever reason, I wasn't following you on Instagram till earlier this week, and then I just got lost in your Instagram with all the shoes that you got. It's crazy what this man has on his feet, and then all these. It's absolutely crazy. So I got to ask you. This may be a tough question. Give me your top 3 shoes personally.
Oh, just to kick around? Oh, man. I mean, my favorite 3 design-wise is probably the Zoom Flight 95, the Hyper Flight, and the Garnet 3. And the Garnet 3 might be the best shoe I ever played, and I love that shoe. I actually, at McClatchy, I wore the black and blue because they only came out in blue colors.
That's what I'm saying. Is that the one with that had the blue and white, and then they came out with a black? I think Florida was wearing those shoes,
and it's got that faded mesh. Yeah. I love that. That's and KG's one of my favorite players too, so I love that shoe. And then I think you kind of go to like LeBron 2 and Kobe 4, and some of the Adidas Kobe stuff I like as well. And then I got some Reebok Shaqs behind me. I always like the Reebok stuff like Shaq and Iverson and Kemp as well. So as you can imagine, I got a ton of shoes. It's almost impossible to pick 3. And then if I'm picking 3 to actually wear, I might have to pick like an Ultra Boost or something just because some of the new stuff is just like so crazy comfortable too. It's tough.
It really is.
This is an impossible question for sure.
I got Flyknits AFOs on my feet every day. The Flyknit Air Force Ones. That just because those are the shoes that I wear because I don't leave the house, as you could probably tell here. Like this is where we do the show.
Yeah, I got.
All right. Well, you've been so generous with your time. Is there a shoe out there? Like I've heard, is the carbon fiber Jordan 11 real? Is that a real shoe?
So, I got a crazy story for you. So. So we were going to do a Soul Collector collab, and Tinker Hatfield sketched a carbon fiber heel counter on the heel.
Wow, yeah.
Oh,
man. This is from May of 2010. And we were going to do a Soul Collector collab that was a carbon fiber Jordan 11. And ended up, this is probably the saddest day of the magazine when I was there. We had a meeting with Jordan, and they told us that we weren't going to do the Jordan 11 anymore, and we were going to do the Jordan Comfort 11, which I don't know if you remember that shoe.
Come on, man.
It was not like my boss Steve and I. We were in a meeting with Mark Smith, and I remember Steve's face to this day. We were designing. We were going to do a Jordan 11 collab with Tinker. And then they were launching this whole Comfort series like not long after that. And so we were the first shoe of the Comfort series, which had an Air Max 1 bottom on it. If you Google Comfort 11, it's all right, but it's no Jordan 11, obviously.
It's not Jordan 11, right?
I don't know if everybody remembers that one, but so that shoe though, they did sample it with like the all carbon fiber upper, and there is a sample. I think I have it on my Instagram page a few posts down. That has the sample that has the carbon heel piece too, but that was a rough day.
And your time with Soul Collector probably explains all the pennies that I see, and I agree with you. I think the penny 2. You want to talk about debut shoes? The 1s and 2s, the penny 1s and 2s. I mean, first of all, I can't find the penny 1s anywhere. Like I would spend a lot of money on the penny 1s. I can't find them anywhere. They're crazy. And then the penny 2s, I mean, some of the greatest shoes of all time. I got the black and the black pair. Is that one of your favorite signature lines of all time as well?
So right next to me, I got in my closet, I have Hyper Flights at the top and then a bunch of pennies on the bottom. And we got to do, for the 5th anniversary of the magazine, we got to do a penny 2 collaboration. And they only made 12 pairs, and I got 2 sitting over here. So
wow,
it was like gray and neon. I wish I had them sitting next to me. I could go grab them, but that was an awesome one. And then we did a 5-shoe pack in 2011, and for an event in Las Vegas with Penny Hardaway. So for me, that was I was 6'3" in the 7th grade, and obviously you think you're going to the NBA, and Penny was a tall point guard, one of my favorite players, and so. To be able to work on that line, and that was one of those shoes that I wish I got as a kid, and it was too expensive at the time. So to be able to do a whole set of them and help design them, do all the colorways was pretty awesome down the road.
Man, we appreciate you being so generous with your time, man. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the radio, especially for happy hour here for the last 43 minutes. We appreciate all your work, man. We're going to continue following, and hopefully we can have you on again.
Let me know. No problem at all.
All right, good stuff.
For life, Nick. CKM for life. Lion Terry.
I distinctly remember a story with Kenny where you used to show up before school with black gloves and like a leather jacket on with the black and white Reebok Answer 3s and just like get shots up in the gym. And I used to tell everybody, you were always like shooting before school. And I was like, that's how you got to work, I guess, if you want to make it, So I always thought that was.
And I had those gloves on because it was an ice box in that gym.
It was ice cold.
No kind of ventilation, no kind of heater system at all. It was cold as hell. It was colder in the gym.
Cool. I thought that was cool. So great.
So wait, were y'all teammates, or were you?
I was a freshman your senior year, right?
Yeah.
He went in to pass you the ball, anyways. At least that's what I've been hearing.
No chance, but man, Kenny was nice, man. That team was solid.
Nick, I wasn't happy
than any of my teams.
That's awesome, Nick. We appreciate you. Yeah, that's what I mean. He ain't giving up the rock. We appreciate you, Nick. Thank you so much, my man.
All right, thanks, fellas. This was great.
All right, that's Nick DePaula, ESPN, and the Sneaker Game. That was great stuff. Your internet is on a Jordan. Your internet's on a Jordan Comfort, so you're gonna have to make the switch back to the. Yeah, it's bad, bro. I know you don't think it's bad. I promise you, it's bad. Kenny's gonna make the switch back to the broadcasting boxes. As here we are, been on the air since August 17th, and we're still kind of piecing stuff together, man. But what a great conversation with Nick DePaula right there. Absolutely love that, and it was brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gym. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Go to drizzly.com or your favorite retailer to get yours now and pick up the new Luke Belair Blue. While you're out, we see Black Bottles 916 in there. Black Bottles Ben, thanks for making this conversation happen with Nick DePaula. Again, it's just something that we look to do here. We look forward to bringing kind of different segments here. And man, what a story behind the Kobe leak and how a dozen people got a shoe that may never, ever, ever see the light of day.
That is insane. That is insane. Imagine I would take whatever shoe you're talking about, like a Jordan 4, you know what I'm saying? And oh yeah, I ordered that. And it gets to your house and you got this GG rare shoe here. And that's crazy. That's a crazy story. Hopefully they can, I really do hope that they can work something out because, we're down with the swoosh or whatever, but Kobe, maybe more than any Nike athlete ever, that's Nike. Kobe, the Mamba symbol, all this other stuff. Jordan is his own thing. He's Jordan now. Yeah. But Nike and Kobe, I mean, that should last forever. I hope they work something out.
I feel like that Mamba symbol ran harder. Like because everyone other than Jordan, they get a symbol that goes along with the swoosh. Like LeBron's got the the LBJ and the 23 and all of that stuff configured together. Everybody's got like even you go to the Jordan side, CP3 has a logo, Carmelo had a logo, Zion's got the big Z, but it's always got the Jordan logo on it. It's always got the swoosh on it, depending on the brand that you're with. But I felt like for a while that Mamba symbol the Nike symbol, the Nike logo was still on it, but you were getting it because of that Mamba symbol. They've got to fix this.
Yeah,
they've got to make it right. But another, there were so many fascinating points in there, that conversation with Nick, including Kobe was thinking about his own Mamba brand, which to me is the most Kobe thing ever. Like, I'm just going to do it myself.
Yeah. And it's interesting, like you said, or Nick said, it's not like it happened because of that, but Big Baller Brand, that shook up a lot. That shook up a lot when this guy out of nowhere, out in Chino Hills, was able to build his own brand. Now he didn't have the foresight to keep it where it was going to last. But if this dude out of nowhere in Chino Hills can do it, I'm sure Kobe and some of these other guys were like, well, why can't I do this?
Well, and that's the interesting thing. I think part of it is like when you look at Kyrie and you look at the business that he's doing, or you look at some of these other, I think you have to have a guy with pardon the pun, the Mamba mentality. You have to have a guy like Kobe was retired. His business would have been building that Mamba brand. If you're Kyrie, you're KD, you're still in the league right now. You can't like your focus is still basketball.
Right.
Your focus is still the game. Your focus is still winning. Your focus is still championships. You could divert attention. You could have attention in the off season on this or on that, but to build a brand from scratch to where it's going to be successful and it's going to compete, because the gist I got is you got the Mamba brand. Cool. How long before Kobe wants to sign LaMelo Ball?
Right. How
long before Kobe wants to sign? Nike's not De'Aaron. Nike's not giving you a signature shoe. Okay. You could be the first Mamba athlete. You know what I mean? Like, and now you got a guy who's stepping in there and competing. You heard Nick talking about Puma. Remember, Puma was re-entering the game. Yeah. They had been out of a while. I wouldn't go so far as to say they were starting from scratch. What?
To a certain generation, they were absolutely
exactly. They were locking up those 2018 guys. Like, what the hell is going on? I remember the Marvin signing. Like, bro, you went to Duke. How did this happen?
Yeah,
I mean, because these colleges have it all connects. AAU, high school, college.
That's what I was about to say, yeah, it all makes sense, and that was such a big deal because Nike had. You see these guys. This starts, like you said, at like 13, 14 years old. And they get with the AAU team, they're with the Nike team, they're with the EYBL and all this other stuff. And they go to a Nike college. And then when they get out of college, they sign with Nike. And that was the path that Marvin and Big Marv were on. And Big Marv did what doesn't usually happen. Like, that doesn't usually happen, that you go through Nike for 7-8 years, and then you switch up when you get to the NBA, and that caused some waves as well.
You know, I see our man Mario pointed this in here. Would you return the Kobe if you received it in the mail instead of what you ordered? So
I wouldn't return it.
So I was thinking about that for a second, because now it becomes like this. You see the post from Vanessa.
Yeah, now maybe I would.
Like
now, yeah. At the time,
no.
At the time I wouldn't, but now I see what's going on, and Vanessa's talking the way she's talking. I wouldn't reach out to Nike or reach out to her or something like that. Hey, I have these. I didn't know. How would you want to do it?
Mm-hmm.
But initially, just randomly.
Imagine,
like, what the hell?
Imagine she doesn't have a pair.
That was one of her things. Yeah, she
you know
was
what I
like,
mean? Like,
my daughters don't have a pair, and somebody else is out here wearing them and selling them and stuff like that.
That's a wild story. Just a shipping error.
Man.
I think the probably the most satisfying thing from that entire 40+ minute conversation with Nick DePaula is that he takes L's on the sneaker app. That is just
been taking them for years.
That's like I think he said 5 years, 2016. That's like, whew. Okay. It's not like I open my phone and it goes, no way, loser. You ain't getting none of these, fam.
Yeah, man. That sneakers, they got to figure something out, man. They got to figure something out. Remember the days where you could go into the mall and get a Jordan or whatever. It wasn't even like, oh, buy him there and
you can go get the comforts. You can go to Jordan and get the comforts. Man, you talk about not waiting in line. You're talking about a long time ago.
Yeah.
You talking about long ago.
One of my memorable shoe moments of all time. I got the Jordan 17, the black 17s that came in the musical box. Got them from Foot Locker the same day as a Lakers Kings game 7 2002. And after I got the shoes, me and my mom drove out to Arco Arena because we just wanted to see what it was. And Arco Arena was a movie at like 12 noon. It was a 3 o'clock game, and they were. I didn't usually see people tailgating at Arco. They were tailgating that day. They were in the parking lot. I was like, oh man, the Kings are gonna do this. I got some Jordans. Like, it's lit. And obviously that's not how it went down.
That was so long ago to walk into Arden Fair Mall and buy a pair of Jordan was so long ago. I couldn't afford Jordans then.
Facts. Yeah,
like I couldn't. Yeah, I could. We couldn't afford Jordans then. Like, that was my first pair of Jordans. I was an intern at KSFM. Like my first pair of brand new Jordans. I had a couple of, hey, little buddy, you can have these. My first pair was actually given to me. There was a Jordan. They had this Jordan truck. I think they only did it once, where it was like a couple of like trucks, and it was memorabilia and shoes, and it was the first event that I ever hosted as like a KSFM person. And I did it with Mike Bibby, and he was Jordan brand, and they outfitted us with like a sweatsuit and shoes.
That's what's up.
That was the first pair of Jordans I had. I don't remember the first pair that I bought.
I don't either, now that I think about it.
They definitely weren't these, though. They definitely were not these Jordan 3. I think I used to say the 11 was my favorite, but the 11 has special meaning because I was really poor in high school. These I just think these are the, like, when you talk about the shoe, like, I love these way more than I love off-whites or ones or anything like that. Like, I love these. These are beautiful. I'm gonna
3 white and cement, man. Come on, man.
What am I doing tonight? I think oh yeah. I think I might do this tonight. I think I might be on that Valon tonight. So this is gonna be me. This is gonna be me right here. Right here. We appreciate y'all for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed that conversation with Nick DePaula. We plan to do a lot more of those throughout the summertime for sure. We plan to make those a staple here in the show, especially since McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin is really helping us out. Make sure you go to drizzly.com to grab your bottle. Make sure you look around while you're out for that new Luke Belaire Blue. It is legitimately selling out everywhere. Like, I posted a spot on Hillsdale, Ernie's Hillsdale, sold out that night. He had cases of it. We posted it on Instagram. We posted it on Twitter. I know Warren hopped in the car, drove right down there, buckled him up in the seatbelt, brought him back home to party with. They sold out in a matter of hours. So if you're out and about and you see that blue bottle, make sure you grab it. If you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. And make sure you have a fantastic weekend. Thanks to Marshall. Thanks to Nick. Thanks to our man Jesse for all the work that he does in there. And most of all, thank you. We'll see you here Monday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Tyler.
I got the time wrong, man. Sorry. I thought it was 55:30. Sorry.
55 came up out of nowhere.
Yeah, he really kind of he settled into that interview. I was like, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Only thing I was worried about was old Casey. You had that Zoom. You had that Zoom voice. It was just rough today. I mean, it happens. Dude, bro, you should. Albie and Connie has told me stories about Mike's house in Arizona. That it legit looks like a Foot Locker, like, and not like the Foot Locker that you walk into, but like the back. Like where you say, can I get a size 10? And they go to the back. That's what Mike's like. He's got a little garage area that looks like that. He had told Mike, he had told Al, you want to take some shoes home. And he was like, pick out a pair. And he picked out one. And Mike was like, come on, man. And he picked out like 10 and sent them home with him. I think he like shipped them to him.
Oh, man.
Team dime, baby. Team dime.
One day, like I keep saying, speaking into existence, we'll have a D'Lo and KC shoe.
Let's do it. We got D'Lo and KC merchandise available at thedopeones.com. You get 10% off using the promo code DLOKC. Not D'Lo and KC, just D'Lo KC. Go check us out there.
All right, guys. Well, I mean, I don't think it's 150.
You got a lot. I've seen the
like 125. Actually, no, because I gave some away when we moved.
I'm about to give a bunch away. I'm probably still triple digits, but if I have a good summer, like I'm hoping, I'm gonna get under. Move a couple things. Yeah, give some out. Mario though, he brought. We know he out here acting like Shaq last night. Yeah, out here we know Jazz. He out here telling Shaq stories.
You know the funny thing about that
ain't gonna fool nobody.
You know, I do. Well, all right. Well, yeah. A couple of them came today, and one came yesterday too. But let's relax. But the funny thing about all this is, like, you can attest to this, Damon. You got a bunch of shoes. There's about 5 or 6 that you wear.
Yeah.
That stay in constant rotation.
Yep. That's facts.
All right, John. Don't encourage her.
That's facts.
Don't encourage her.
I'm always fascinated by people who wear multiple sizes. Because I'm 10.5. Let me get an 11, and it's like, no.
It's the shoes. It's the shoe. Like,
Jazz is really not pleased with you whatsoever. She is not pleased. Now I got shoes at your house. That was nice of you, man. Thank you. I tell you people I appreciate it. That's cool.
Hey, man, we got that taken care of. We taking care of our guy too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm making sure the family's taken care of out here, man. Come on now.
Okay.
Alfonso, what's up, man? What's good, man? You see me. Stop. You see me multiple times in the same shoes. Stop playing with me, man. Come on. You know the thing about it with my shoes is I just don't. I take good care of them, then I don't give shoes away for the most part. So that's how it accumulates like that. Like, I'm getting a bunch of shoes all the time. I got shoes that I've had for 10 years that I just take care of, and I wear them and all that other stuff.
I just didn't take a lot across the country with me. I should probably ask for some Duke Kyries, because we've got a pretty Some of the pictures I've seen on that Instagram feed have been like, oh, we just getting those now, huh? All right. I know we 3,000 miles apart, but shipping ain't nothing but a thing. I ain't even got a Duke. I got Celtics gear here. I ain't even got a Duke hoodie yet. Oh, man.
Stop it, Peyton.
Not far from the Chris got a good shoe game. Chris got a good shoe game. He tries.
Yeah.
He's got some good ones. He's got some good he tries to match his kits.
I like that. I'm I'm not fabulous with it,
dude,
but I like math.
King Boss, that's it's facts. Shoe's great. Shoe ain't for me. I put them cereals on him like, man, okay. And biggest mistake I ever made. So I've only purchased like one or two things off of the StockX app before. But I was deciding between two different pairs of LeBron Kiss. I was only going to get one. And at the time, I'm like, I've told you this before. I wear white shoes.
Uh-huh.
And at the time, oh man, whoa. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, well, the price went up on this one a little bit. Okay, now let me be clear before I show you my phone. This was several years ago.
Uh-huh.
They were about $450. Okay. Which is by far the most I've ever paid for a shoe, and it's not even close. Yeah. But I really wanted them. There were two pairs that I was deciding between. This was the one I got, and they're dope.
Yeah, I remember those.
Super detailed, super clean.
Championship in those joints. Well, not in that colorway, but in the black and gold joints.
These are the ones I wish I had gotten. And now you see, I'm completely priced out of ever buying them again. The only way I could get them is to sell these. The only way I'd be able to get them. I mean, every time I wear these, someone says something about it. Like, these are like, you can't really see on the stream, but the detail is just, they're gorgeous. But
that whole line was fire.
Every time I see this shoe, I just stare at it like, you idiot. You idiot. Absolute moron.
I had those LeBrons in all black. That's what brought me back to those LeBrons, the all black joints he came out with that year. And I was like, oh, these are kind of hard. Bron is back. Mm-hmm. And they're relatively light. Yeah. Coach Malaga, I hadn't seen you in weeks. Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know he did that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good time for LeBron. Those 2 or 3 years were really good.
The last time this shoe last sold on February 20th in a 10.5 for $3,650.
Jeez, man. The sneaker game is crazy, man. It's great.
Yeah. Dude, bruh. Facts. Brett Barish did not want this. Oh, running up the price, something we can't buy. That's all right. We don't need y'all because we got our own thing. Got our own gold bottles that we party with. I can't wait to get these glow in the dark joints, man.
That's gonna be fire.
Where's mine?
Yeah, well, I think I might have a couple shoes here.
I don't really have my eye on anything. I don't have my eye on nothing.
Maybe the birthday money comes in. Then if I trade in some cans,
Yeah. Can I tell you something too? I'm not above like buying a woman's shoe because calling that a woman's shoe is absurd. They said as a woman's Jordan release, and I'm like,
yeah, I wear a size 13.
Go ahead and act like I won't wear that.
I wear a 13 and a half in women. I know my size in women's shoes.
You can't even buy shoes on the sneaker app anymore. It's just enter the draw. They
gotta fix that, man.
What about buying? I want to buy something. I can't stand the emotional stress of Waiting for the inevitable rejection.
I was surprised when I got some the cement the bread for on Sneakers app, and I was pretty shocked.
These are nice.
And I got some Kobe 5. What's the ones I have? The Kobe 5 Jokers. I got those on the Sneaker app, and I was pleasantly surprised.
There's one. De'Aaron wears this shoe all of the time. One shoe that I've always had my eye on.
High top joints.
The Kobe's, yeah.
Those are so.
Those are they are nasty.
I have some green ones of those, and
632.
I played in them, and I'm not wearing them in the streets or nothing like that. But I lost grip on them. I need to get some new grip. Oh, those are so fire.
Yeah, De'Aaron wears these a lot. Yeah.
Oh, I love all those high top Kobe's. All of them.
These aren't even high tops. These are like high tops.
Yeah, I love them all.
You ain't tearing your Achilles in these joints. Achilles protect. I shouldn't say that. Knock on wood.
That's how you feel, Miss B? That's how you feel?
Oh, well, excuse me.
Stop playing with him.
Wow.
Stop playing with him.
Wow.
I know. You got something up your sleeve, Queen B. Gave her the people's eye.
So that's what we doing? So the day starts with John getting a delivery, and it's ending with Jazz talking about wait till I get my special bottles. Man, we have lost all control of this. They're gonna be at their next meeting. Hey man, D'Lo and KC are doing really well. Who the hell is D'Lo and KC? Can we get John and Jazz in here, please? Nobody worried about D'Lo and KC. Get John and Jazz in here.
Oh, by the way, that's what I meant to say earlier. Yo, my man Mario, he performs surgery on shoes and brings them back to life. I can attest, man. I got something else I want to send to him.
I got something I need to.
Got some shoes that you're like, man, I need them right again. Take him to my man Mario, man. He'll bring it back in a heartbeat.
Yeah, let's give his handle out here real quick. I got some. I have a pair of shoes that I've been trying to get to him for a while.
No.
Mario, you change your handle?
Come on, man. These side deals is getting crazy, man. These side deals is getting crazy.
They don't even need us no more, man. Go to it's Mario _ restores, but it's 2 R's. So MARRIO _ restores. It was this. I think it's the same as his. It's the same as his IG handle. Check out Mario because he's gonna fix some shoes up for me too. That's his business, man. He cleans them up. Man, maybe I need to work a side deal with Ben, man. I'm doing this whole thing wrong. Out here reading commercials and Jazz talking about special bottles that she got coming. That's all right. I'm kind of mad that y'all are leaving on June 19th. But I got something. That's okay, because I'm working on something bigger. I'm working on something bigger for August. And then that'll give Ben some time to get us some glow in the dark bottles.
Ooh. Griffies go hard, Ramsey. Griffies go hard. Absolutely.
Yeah, those are cool. Jesse, you need us, don't you?
Jesse's like, stop bumping the gums.
All right, man. Shut your stupid mouths. Stone Cold Steve Austin would say. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Hope you enjoyed that stuff with Nick, and hit the thumbs up on your way out. Enjoy McQueen this weekend. Enjoy that Luke Belair weekend. Okay. All right. I'm sick of everyone in this chat named Black Bottles and Jazz. I'll tell you that right now. I'm sick of all of you. We love y'all, man. We'll see y'all on Monday. Have a great weekend.